Dweezil, welcome.
Yo. What is up, Perry, my brother? Hope you're doing alright, man. Happy Friday to all my workers out there. From me to you. We're probably gonna watch some more Puppet to Kill later. Oh, I'm down to watch more Tom Goes to the Mayor. Now that I know we can watch it. And I'm pretty sure we can't watch this interview here with Rick and Dweezil. Last time I tried to watch some Rick Beato content, it got the copyright strike. But I would really like to hear it. Because I'm a big Zappa fan, you know. At least I hope the interview is good. Lately, Rick's been a bit lacking. He has a good eye for a program, but some of his questions are kind of dweeby at times. It isn't that far from a fan interview. It's just a very informed fan interview at times. But yeah, I'll be watching this in a bit. It seems he's gonna ask him a lot about Eddie Van Halen, which is great. But he's literally Frank Zappa's son, so I hope Rick better fucking ask about some Zappa stuff. Because the preview short for this interview was about Van Halen, who I guess they were good friends. That is pretty cool. Maybe it's because maybe Rick's not big of a Zappa fan as he is a Van Halen fan. That's what I'm getting.
It's great to see you.
Thanks for having me.
Okay, I have to tell you one thing here. So
Do
when
it,
I started my
Dally, man.
channel, Dweezil reached out to me when I had about 4,000 subscribers. He left a comment in the comment section. There were only about 4 comments, and I was like, it can't be Dweezil Zappa. And I click on it, and it went to your YouTube thing. It was like, it's Dweezil. And then he emailed me the next day. That's when I thought, I think this channel might go somewhere.
It might reach some people.
Might reach some people.
Yeah.
And I've known you since, that was 2016.
Yeah, well, the thing about the way all this stuff works is you can actually see something that you like and find the person who made it and reach them rather quickly, which is amazing. The things that I was really interested in were the things that were from a composer's perspective. You were explaining in detail that nobody else was doing.
Yeah.
And once you know what the elements are, and you know why you like it, because it's like the root, the flat third, the sharp 5, whatever it is, you know the ingredients, then you can put it to use and you know why you like it, because you
Let me know if the stream goes down.
make it fit the thing that you want it to be, versus trying to memorize all these different scales and all these different modes, but have no idea what to do with them. You know, I can't memorize all that stuff. There's only a handful of people that probably know all that stuff.
But you can memorize.
Nice. You went to see some blue jam, some free jam, bluegrass with some friends. There was a kid there who was extremely talented. Sounds awesome, man. Sounds like a good night out. Always good to see some talented motherfuckers out there. Keeping that fire alive.
Powerful when you really have the ability to recall it or fit it into the spot that you want it to be, versus stumbling.
What was he
on
playing,
it
like
by
acoustic
accident,
guitar
which
or
is
mandolin?
What I was largely doing in the past.
Right. I've called you before
Hell
to
yeah,
ask
I'll
you
watch
Van
it.
Halen questions
Yeah.
because you're a Van Halen expert. And we were just talking before we started filming about Van Halen, and I had showed my son you playing Eruption from 7-8 years ago live, and you just whipped it off like nothing and played it.
Well. you
Okay,
know.
but before we go into this, because I want to talk about Eddie's playing, because you really
Sure.
have a unique perspective in that. But I want to talk about your guitar, or your
Okay.
dad's guitar,
The one that I have here, yeah.
Yes.
So this guitar is unique in my dad's history because he must have really loved this guitar because it went through so many different iterations. So there's no other guitar that he had that transformed so many times. So originally, this guitar, it looked more like this color, but it now has this pick guard on it because at a certain point around 1976, I think, the now defunct TWA modified the guitar without my dad's permission. So it had a big crack in it. And so he ended up putting this mirrored pickguard on it, and he changed the electronics at that time. But that just goes to show that he was willing to make it become whatever he wanted it to be at the time. But it started its life as an SG Special with 2 P90 pickups. And it had a stop tailpiece, but at a certain point, he put humbuckers in it. It ended up with a vibrola trem
Oh, yeah.
on it. He put these switches, which this switch made this one go to single coil, and then this one made it go out of phase between the two.
Okay.
It always had this holly, the blonde holly. I don't know why.
Yeah, that's unusual.
Yeah, so that was a thing. But he played this guitar on Apostrophe, Overnight Sensation, and the Roxy and Elsewhere, and a lot of albums and a lot of tours. I mean, this was
Yeah.
his main guitar. And then it got damaged, and he changed it, and it became this. So now it has things in it that it didn't previously have. It used to have just the stock volume and tone for each pickup. But now it has a volume, and it has some filters in it. So you have a preamp, and then you have EQ, and it adds gain and stuff like that. So it's got some heavy-duty electronics in it that his other guitars started to have at a certain point.
We also talked about how your dad used really light strings, and
Yeah.
that was influential to me because I always played eights. I still play eights.
Yeah.
And I've talked about it a lot, but your dad played sevens?
Sevens originally.
Okay,
yeah.
how did he get the seven?
It was
I
a
love
thing in
playing
the,
light
in the
strings, too.
70s, but he didn't. You couldn't get a set. You had to like
Piece one together,
Yeah,
right?
so he kind of decided which ones he wanted, and then I remember there used to be these cartons that had dividers, and it would be like 7, 9, 11, 12, 13, whatever string gauges. They were these boxes of strings, and so whenever he was changing strings, he was just selecting what he wanted.
Custom sets.
Yeah.
Tell me why he liked the light strings like that. Now, a lot of people don't realize that people played light strings. Eddie Van
Yeah.
Halen played 9 through 40 Fender Bullets,
Yeah.
and it was common to play light strings back then.
Yeah.
Why did your dad like that extra light?
Well, I think it's really easy to play rhythm guitar.
Yep.
And also, he liked to bend strings, and he didn't want to work that hard.
Right. Like B.B. King would say. Why do
Yeah.
you want to work that hard?
But the thing about it is, people say, oh, well, light strings is always going to sound thin.
Not
You can
true.
make it sound good on anything,
Absolutely.
It just really depends. The one thing is you can't use a very heavy pick with a light string because it will make it go more out of tune.
But you have 8s on here, right?
Yes.
What gauge pick do you use?
Right now, this is more like what Van Halen used. It's like
Okay.
super thin. I mean, you can see.
I did not realize that Eddie used picks that thin
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah, he used a different shape. I switched to the bigger shape because it was like a little bit easier for me to hold on to for rhythm. This is kind of
That's like a shape Gambale uses.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
So so that's good, but it's also good because you have
Gambale.
3 different sides, and also if you do pick slides, it
Yeah,
eats them
then
up.
you just then you just
know.
turn it.
Yeah, exactly. So, but
Shout out to Italians. Y'all are good at guitar.
we're super thin. Like you
Yeah.
could snap it in half. You know?
Okay.
But they're great for pick slides. They're way better than anything else. You know. So like if we could test it. If you have any other picks around, we could do pick slides, and you could see.
Hold on.
Yeah, we could test some different
Oh,
ones.
I
We'll
only
see.
have nylon picks in here, Dweezil.
Well, we can try one. Yeah.
I don't know if those are heavy or not. I
It's
like
pretty
to use
heavy.
light picks too.
Yeah, this is probably like just about a standard heavy, maybe.
Yeah. Oh, that's a heavy for sure.
Okay, yeah, this one's definitely way heavier. All right, so pick slides. Let's start with heavy. Let's just see how this goes. All right, so. That's the less heavy.
Way more top end. Oh yeah.
Way better.
Way better. Okay, what is the proper way to do a pick slide?
Nice.
The left-hand slide is important.
Yeah, it's part of it. I mean, that's the way the Van Halen pick slides go.
Okay,
you
so
know?
let's
So, like, a pick slide is really dependent on the tone that you have,
Yeah.
and you'll know if you have a good tone for a pick slide if you can already just hear it doing this stuff.
yeah.
If you're not really hearing enough of that detail, it's not going to sound good.
Right.
You know, it'll sound more like that kind of sound, which is not as cool as.
Oh yeah.
You know, that's like a jet engine.
Oh
you
my
know?
God.
So, but you get a little bit of both. You have to like slide and then slide the left hand. But if you do the one where it's the up the neck and then back down, like, you know, that's the way. You know.
I love that.
So that's what sounds good. But look at how beat up that is already.
yeah.
You know, it's like if you zoom in on that.
Yeah, that is
you know,
really
That's why you saw Ed with like 1 million picks on his guitars because he
Yes.
was constantly throwing them out. Because if you suddenly start playing that way, it'll catch on the string.
I'd like to take a second to talk to you about this channel. Believe it or not, 57% of the people that watch here regularly are not subscribed. So I would encourage you to hit the subscribe button now. This will help me get even more of my dream guests in the future. Thank you. Dweezil, when did you meet Eddie?
When I was 12 years old, and I had just started playing guitar.
Okay.
And I had really been fascinated with the guitar because my dad, obviously, great
Yes.
guitar player. So I loved watching him play, but I always knew you had to know stuff to be able to play what my dad played. It was not the standard style of guitar playing by any stretch.
Right.
So I didn't immediately visualize, oh, I could do that. But when I heard Van Halen, it was so guitar specific
Yes.
that in my mind, I could focus on exactly what that was. I could hear every little nuance, and I just was obsessed with the sound that was coming out of the speakers. So I had been listening to Van Halen. So this is another thing. Like before I met him, I only heard my dad's music or whatever he was listening to growing up. So when I started to hear the radio, I was probably about 12 years old, and I would hear my friends what they were listening to, or we'd actually listen to something in the car. And at the time, hard rock was the biggest music in the world. So it was on the radio, and I was hearing that, and I was obsessed with that, and Randy Rhoads, who played with Ozzy Osbourne. So, you know, I've been listening over and over, hours, all the time, and then suddenly, out of nowhere, the phone rings at the house. It's like maybe 8 o'clock at night on a school night, and it's a guy saying it's Edward Van Halen. Now, at this point in time, we'd have no idea. This could just be anybody saying it's Eddie Van
Right,
Halen.
yeah.
And there's no
There's no
way
caller
that,
ID or anything
right,
like that.
but we also don't know what Edward Van Halen sounds like
Right.
because there's no interview footage.
That's right.
Unless you ever heard him on the radio or maybe a clip of, some TV show that would have a musician on. It was just really rare. This
Yeah.
is 1981 or 82. I think
Okay.
it's 1982. It's a guy saying it's Eddie Van Halen, and my mom says, "Oh, get on the phone and it's on the other line." You know, back then you had house phones, right?
Yes.
So you could pick one up in the other room and listen in. And she's like, "See if you can tell if it's him." And I'm like, "How am I gonna know if it's him?" You know, the only reference I had was on Unchained. Somebody talks to Dave, and I'm like, "It could be Dave. I mean, it could be the producer, it could be Ed, but somebody says, 'Come on, Dave, give us a break.'" And I'm like, "Does it sound like that? I don't know." So I'm thinking, but I have no idea. Of course, I want it to be Edward Van Halen, but my dad gets on the phone with him, starts talking to him, and then 15 minutes later, he's at the house. He didn't live very far away. So he shows up. He's wearing the Women and Children First jumpsuit. He's got the Van Halen necklace. He might as well have just stepped
Walked
right
off the
out.
album
yes,
cover.
exactly. And he's walking up the staircase to the studio. And for me, he's a real life superhero. I mean, this is like smoke machine, backlit. This is the most amazing thing I've ever seen. And I couldn't believe that I had just been listening to music, and then out of nowhere, he's coming over, right? So he walks in, and he's got this purple guitar that has a piece of tape over the headstock, because at the time, he wasn't letting anyone know that he was endorsing this guitar.
Okay.
But it was a purple Strat, and it had 2 humbuckers in it.
Okay.
So that was unusual.
Yeah.
So it turns out that it was a Kramer,
Yeah.
He comes into the studio, and he plugs in the guitar, and I'm just standing there like, "Oh, this is gonna be amazing," and it's like having your own toy Eddie Van Halen, because I was like, "I'll make my Eddie Van Halen play Eruption and Mean Street," and and so he ends up plugging in, and I'll never forget it. He turns the volume on, and this is the first thing. That was just like his opening salvo.
Okay.
And I had never seen the open strings or any of that stuff, the way that he did that or where his fingers were. And he had this thing, he very specifically used his pinky. And so, a lot of people might do this kind of thing, but
Yeah.
he very specifically used his pinky for stuff. So I was like visually like, okay, gotta use pinky, gotta do this, and I watched and I listened for the sound. But the thing about Edward and the thing about a lot of great guitar players is it doesn't matter what they're plugged into, they just sound like what they sound like on the instrument. They could be just completely
true.
playing it unplugged, and he's still gonna sound exactly like Edward. Not everybody can do that.
Right.
Not everybody has a personality that comes through when they play. They might have to get it from a sound. They might have to use effects. You got a guy like The Edge who makes great sounds
Yeah.
and stuff, but if he didn't have all the effects on, I don't know that you would notice if he's really playing anything that you could recognize.
Right.
Especially unplugged.
Right.
But anyway, I had him play all these things, and so I saw him do this whole thing, that whole thing. And so I was like, well, that's how you do that? And then he went into the Eruption thing. So that little bit with the open string.
Yeah, yes.
But you have to have the muting here, and I saw that he was picking like this, and there's a big thing about.
Would he always pick like that? Or
No, a lot of times, but not always, because you see him on certain
sometimes I
rhythms.
see him like that, but when he
Yeah.
does his tremolo, I always thought he would use the middle finger.
Yeah, but there's a real big difference when picking like this, because here's a good example. If I play, ain't talking about.
You can really hear the
and I play it,
California come out of Dweezil at times. Kind of makes him sound like he's still a teenager in a way, even though he's 50.
Now I'm gonna hold it different. The palm muting is totally different. The
Right.
articulation is totally different. So versus
see Rick
So
in the
it's
reflection
a
they
huge
do.
difference, and it really is like you have more of a plucky motion, and then you have all this extra
Rick in the fucking reflection.
ability to mute because your hand is in a different spot. So all of that makes a big difference when you're trying to play in a way
Salivating.
that sounds like Edward's playing.
Were you asking him, hey, what are you doing there? Or were you just were sitting right next to
Yo,
him
what's
and
up,
just
Kimo?
watching?
So yeah, I would ask him stuff, and he would play it, and then
You
he would
doing all
show
right,
me
brother?
again, and I could barely play. You know, I mean, I'd
Friday.
been playing for less than a year at that point.
Coffee zone.
But I was trying to do
Oh, yeah.
little things, and you
Second
know,
cup
that I
of
heard
coffee.
from the records, and so he would show like how he did
Day
the
two.
tapping. Now I ended up not doing it exactly the way he did.
Day
because,
two of
you know,
low
he-
weed.
He would do it where it was like this kind of
Trying
upward.
to conserve some money as of late.
But I pushed down
And,
that way.
Okay.
He plugged.
I might get
pulled up.
some weed next week.
Yeah, so
I'm
versus-
going into reserves,
so there's
Slight
a
reserves.
slight touch difference, but for me,
which
like, in
were
terms of my own playing,
put aside for a
it was
reason. They're
just easier
fucking
to get
some
the
harsh
note to ring
reserves.
out
It was
if I
a
pulled down
harsh
versus
bag of weed I
pulled
got
up.
for
But he
for cheap.
pulled up, and if you watch Wolfgang,
But I've been
he pulls
feeling
up too.
pretty fine.
So that's
Like
the-
yesterday, I didn't smoke
That's the
until
Van Halen way.
That's the
9
family
o'clock.
way.
Yeah.
But
all
he
day. I
wasn't
felt
a
pretty
guy
good.
that picked every note. He just had finesse about how he did everything with the rhythm and with the note choice and the vibrato. It was all about a personality.
Though I
and
fucked
voice
up and
on
got
the
us in.
instrument versus just technique.
thing because I forgot. I forgot about the Camela donation
He
thing.
had a lot of things that were hammer on, pull off.
But
you know,
as a
somewhere-
double kick
anywhere
to the
in between.
nuts,
And he had,
I just saw a tweet yesterday
percussive,
going
ability,
into the
in his playing
Zin,
to make
the
things just
how the little pouch is not 100% cotton. It's like a poly cotton
you can't define
made
it,
with plastic.
unless it's so natural for
And
him.
that the nicotine
It's not
salts
even
might have a
thought. Like, when he's
contamination
playing,
with nickel and
it
other
sounds
kinds of
the way
stuff.
It does because he's just like a puppy running in a field.
Like, I mean,
It's
everything
like
is
that
contaminated,
easy
of
for him to
course,
play
but-
this stuff. You see him, he's jumping, he's doing
But,
all kinds of stuff. It was not
Yeah, I'm gonna
hard
try
for
not
him
to.
play the songs 'cause it's
I'm
like, that's
gonna
just how it goes.
not buy
This is some really unique
Zin anymore.
notes,
No
like
more
the-
Zin.
like half-step
I'm gonna
things
finish that bucket.
that a
and,
lot of people
that's
do
about it.
not use. Just
Yeah.
even an eruption. Like
Find
when
a
you
different
go
way
into
to get
the
my,
first part where you go up.
nicotine.
Yeah, the high part, yeah.
Yeah,
Though I've been going low Zin
If you
and
think of just regular
felt
pentatonic,
no
like,
problem
here's just,
either.
You know, A minor,
So
right? And then the next.
If anything,
version
I'll
of
just buy,
pentatonic would be the major,
some
right?
American
But
Spirits,
F
maybe.
sharp, he would look at it as. So
Buy
what
a-
he did was
buy
he
a
just took
cigarillo.
both of those and he put them on one string. So you got and so now you get into this area where it's
nothing is more harsh than resin. So true, man. I'd rather I'd rather not smoke weed than do resin.
that kind of thing.
I used to do that, you know, with friends
That's where you're
back in
talking
high
about,
school.
like, weird half steps.
And damn, that shit was fucked up.
That kind of stuff is where he
Such a bad taste too.
really
which-
turned everybody's ear, like, because it's notes that you're like, well, that's not right, but it sounds great.
The first unison back
Where
in the
Zin
high
is
part.
not based. The fall of Zin.
Yeah.
Yes.
Apparently,
So that
Tucker
is-
Carlson
First
is
guy that I
thinking
really
of
heard
making
that
his
did
own.
Stuff like that.
Yeah, because that's like Mixolydian, right?
We'll have to look at the ingredients real good. But you know, 100% cotton pouch would be nice. Maybe like a hemp pouch. Is that a thing? A small hemp nicotine pouch.
Where like he would scrape across the strings. That was another part of his playing, like a little overlooked part where
50% chance of very stoned or having a very terrible headache. So true.
Yeah.
The headaches
That's
used
the
to
nuance that people miss, right?
It's one
be
of the little small
the bad
details.
thing.
You know, and I'm
Not to
struggling
mention
play
the
a
taste
little bit
of
on this 'cause
death.
The strings are so low
The taste of
on this that, like,
smoking
Do you have a
gutter
higher
oil.
action than that?
slightly higher
Gutter
action
grease.
than what's on here.
Yeah.
So, but the thing is, the
Those were
next
the
little bit,
days.
if I show you the notes,
But yeah, for a long time I decided, you know, I'd rather
does that
not
little
smoke than go for the resin.
but he picks it.
because it was not worth it.
You know, so it's like.
I was not gooning
So
for
some
weed
of it's
like
the
I
hammer on,
like I
some of
used
it's
to.
picked.
Hey, what's up, Midas? How you doing?
That's that.
Speaking
part,
of
but it's
gooning.
these two shapes, and he's really a shapes player.
Yeah.
So
Goon.
you
Gaga goo goon.
and then
I was
it
fucking
goes into that
dying
other
at
weird
that.
little bit. So this is the string cross, and this is
Yes.
the hardest
Very
thing.
funny.
That right there, you could also play it here. So
I sent it to Perry and
like, he
Chemo as
did it
well,
on
so
a
they
string
could
cross.
get in on the keynote. We're watching an interview with
So,
Weasel Zappa.
You know, there's an edge to it when you do the string cross, and he can phrase it differently versus it just sounds a little
Toddler
bit
maxing again.
less nuanced
Yeah.
Right.
that way. So the hard part is getting that string cross because it's a very strange
We're
little
reverting
short
back
bit.
in age.
So it's. But it's that little. That's the move right there.
And when it goes into the tremolo picking thing there, he does like a unison
Yeah.
thing. And
Got my paddle ball, lollipop, and propeller hat
I mean, the
unlocked.
thing about playing it on an SG, obviously you can't dive
Got
bomb,
that fit.
right? So
Dweezil, when you do the
That drip.
pinch harmonics, like the second fret bend on the G string, to get that growl
Yeah.
that he
Got that kindergarten drain.
So you can do it different ways, you know. And that's also notice the difference between if you play it, I'll move into this area. He would do it like where you get two notes at once. But if you hold it this way, they come out easier. They pop out easier. and
Tricycle
it's-
whip, yeah.
Because what's happening is you're hitting the string with the edge of the pick,
can't
and then
forget
your
it.
thumb is following, and it's creating the harmonic
Little
after
red
the
wagon.
strike of the note. So you can get
The
cool
Ario.
things. That's where he does like the horse sound, right?
Which I had one
And use the
for
vibrato
a,
bar,
for a
but-
small while as a kid. Me and my cousin. That my great grandpa got for us or something.
You know, those kind of things. But
And yeah,
all
it was
those
cool.
little
It was
techniques,
keynote
I
to
mean,
just
even
have
this
something.
kind of thing,
Wheel around your toys and
all
So
those
keynote.
things
We
were
gotta
so
go back.
amazing. Like who was
Go, go,
doing
go.
it?
Okay, now did you hear him play with this amp at full blast?
It was pretty loud, yeah. You know,
How loud was it?
It was probably, I mean, because it was in my dad's studio, and it wasn't his
Open a
actual
power
amp.
wheel.
He didn't bring his amp. He was playing through one of my dad's Marshalls, and it didn't have as much gain as his.
roll
Would
up with the
crank it up?
floaties.
Oh, it was loud. I mean, you know, it was not quite stadium level, but it was, you know, it was healthy.
Set to stun?
Yeah, yeah. It was, you know, I mean, I grew up around
Roll up with my
rock,
Yes.
button-up
so it's
polo.
like my dad played loud.
shirt.
What did your dad think of Eddie?
He thought his playing was
Which I was
amazing.
very
He's
guilty
actually
of.
the guy that attributed
Until about middle school.
The real quote of
I was buttoning
Edward
up
Van
polo
Halen
pills.
reinvented the electric guitar came from an interview with my dad, and I think it was Guitar Player magazine in the early '80s. And it's a very true statement.
Yes.
You know, he really did do things that other people weren't doing. And if you consider how hard
You
it
got a
is
single
to
tooth
do
and a single
something
hair.
on a level that is instantly recognizable, you know, within
Rattler.
a couple of notes, and it's not necessarily.
And of
like
course
for
the
him, it's the
typing.
sound and the playing style.
Yes.
There's only a handful of people that really, the mass public could.
Yeah, he's very
recognize
skilled.
that quickly. You know, because how many millions of
He's
people
very
play
good at
guitar,
the guitar.
and then how many can be that recognizable? It's a
I
very
don't know his-
strange.
his own
small
music too
equation
well.
in there.
Dweezil, I.
But for a
have
while
seen
now,
you
he's been
play
just
some
going
of
around
the
playing his
really
dad's music,
complex
carrying
licks
on
that
the
you
legacy.
do.
Yeah.
You
Which is
will
pretty tight.
use a lot of stretch positions and things
And
like
to
that.
play
You
his dad's
approach the
music, like, you would
pentatonic
have to be
scale
a
in
very
different way.
Sure.
And
accomplished
you do a lot
player.
of fourth things that are hard to play in the guitar.
Yeah.
You did like right when you walked in, you were just warming up and you did this thing. And it's like, yeah, those are really hard to play, those licks.
I don't know. Maybe it was this, something like this.
Yes.
So something like that was born out of a combination of things, because my dad has a lot of melodies that are written with weird rhythms, and then also the note choices are not comfortable on the guitar.
Right.
So let's say you want to go from this B note to this E note. You have this choice, or you have this choice. Because this is the same note. But picking-wise, it becomes a disaster if you have struggles with your right hand, like most people would.
Right.
So you're either going to do a hammer-on, or you're going to do a double downstroke or a double upstroke if you're going the other direction, because you can't easily go, especially if you're going to then go to the next fourth.
Yes.
When something is like this, all the way across, if you had to try to pick that, it's very hard to do at a high tempo, you know? So
it's impossible just about to do it at a high tempo.
yeah, so that's where Frank Gabali comes in, and he's got all this economy picking, so he can do double downstrokes or triple or all the way, just like it's almost like he's strumming through chords, and
Yes.
his pick is just going to the note when it needs to, but
Yeah.
he's got this unbelievable ability to control that. And there's muting involved, and there's, it's left hand and right hand to be able to make that stuff work.
That's
But
indeed
the thing
Zappa's son. The
what
eldest,
I just
the only one that
played,
went into music,
it
really.
came from like I learned certain things in my dad's music. Like there's a bit from A Kid in His Arf, which has a lot of moving fourths in it.
They were talking about Van Halen earlier, because that's the kind of music
That
Dweezil
little
was
passage,
originally playing
it's
in
having
the
me
80s
move.
when he was younger. But he's just been playing his dad's music for the most part.
But then it goes into this section.
I don't know if I dislocated my arm from the bike fall. Feels so weird still. Okay.
Dweezil, that's so hard to play. That's so
Yeah.
clean too. But
I
you're
wanna
doing
say
economy
get that
picking.
looked
You're
at,
doing some
'cause-
easy picking.
There's a little bit of both.
Sometimes
in
they're
it.
not
But,
that helpful.
when I do
Dockers.
a line like the one I showed you before, I'm using things that I developed in my playing to be able to
Have you
play
tried,
some
like,
of those hard
have you been
lines.
stretching?
But then I started
Doing,
thinking
like,
about,
stretches,
well,
stuff
if
like
I
that.
wanna play solos that have
Look up stretches or
phrases that are
poses
not guitaristic,
you could hold,
and I
maybe like
wanna
against the
play
wall, like that.
all kinds of
That
notes
could
that
send
sound
some
like
blood
if you
flow,
heard it and you didn't
some
see
white
it,
cells
you
to that
wouldn't know
area.
where those notes were coming from, right? So if you close your eyes and hear,
I mean, depending on
you
where
won't
on your
really
arm.
know
yeah.
how that's being done.
One
right?
stretch will
Because
be
it
more
just sounds like
effective than the
they're
other,
popping
but
out
so
of
just
nowhere.
Yeah.
you just
But the
experiment.
idea is that it's groups of
Don't go
fives
too
or
hard lest
sevens
you
that I
make
can
some more
mix
damage, of
and
course.
match. And it's not necessarily just a stock lick. It's more of like a mode of employment of this technique where I decided at one point, like, okay, if I wanted to play 5 notes, what are the options? I could do standard pentatonic box, right? And so that's just 5 notes. Sounds like any other group of 5 that you ever heard, but I thought, well, what if I try to do it like 2 plus 3, which is the same as 1 2 1 2 3 1 2 1 2 3 1 2 1 2 3. Then I
Right.
thought, okay, well, what if I just take the pentatonic box? What could I do in there? And I went. So I figured, okay, that's a cool way to do 5s, but if I wanted to do a 7, I could just add 2 more.
Cool.
And then if you wanted 2 more, so you can just roll through all these different numbers in your head. And I started creating a system where I could build it on, I thought of it as like, why don't I try to learn my phone number? And then when I would teach this to
Don't
people.
give up your phone number right now, Dweezil.
Yeah, but when I would teach it to people, I would teach 8675309, the Tommy Two Tone
Yes,
song.
yes.
So what what I would do is I would show them, okay, like, it's not about a time signature. It's not anything at all other than a number of notes. And so you can play it however you feel it. But this is like if you were going to do the basic version of 8, 6, 7, 5, 3, 0, 9, you could have 8, which could be 2 4s. Right? So right here, we'll just keep it all A minor pentatonic. Right? So that could be your 8. Now 6 could be 2 3s on 2 strings, right? So,
Hello?
right? So 8, 6, 7, then I could do a 5
Is there
and a
anybody
2.
there?
So
I don't know if they still sell Chip merch.
Not a guitar like that you would just pull.
But some of
out
those shirts
thin
did
air.
look
But
kind of dope.
once you start doing this, these
The one
are
where
things
it's
you can pull
Jim's
out of
head
thin
and
air,
it's
'cause you
like,
could just
"Milady."
Start thinking of like, oh, I
That'd be a
know
good
these
one to
different
have.
ways I could do a 3 or a 5 or whatever. We got to the 7, so we need a 5, so we could just do like, how about on 1 string? So there's a cool shift there, like 1, 2, 1, 2, 3.
Yes.
So now
Let's talk about meter,
5, 3.
the amount of notes
I'll
per,
keep it going up.
I guess, cycle.
Let's say we get.
Usually
to
it's
there now.
4. You know, when you count to some music, it's 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2.
And then
Yeah, you could do
0,
6,
You just
7.
have to put a pause.
Okay.
And then a 9.
And so on.
Let's say it's a 5 and a 4.
Okay.
So if we wanted to do that, we could be like 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. Like that. So the whole phrase could be.
Wow.
So right there is a way to just figure out what notes you could apply within. I just stayed basically A Dorian the whole time,
Very fine.
right there.
Oh,
And
sure, in the
the
chat
concept
here.
to me was, I want to just be able to access 5s, 7s, 9s, 3s, whatever, and flip them around and then see what happens, and not have to worry about remembering a lick, but be able to improvise in the moment. Let's say the drummer plays something, and I want to play something that sounds like what he just played. I have a better chance of matching something if I know how to group 3s, 5s, 7s.
And drummers play in groupings like that. That's
Yeah.
2s and 3s, things like that, combining
Yeah.
them like that.
Yeah, so when it comes to that lick that we did before, I started to flip some of it around where it's like instead of 2, 3, it's 3, 2. So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. And then you could do it again. So
No
but
problem.
I started mixing them around. So
Dweezil, when you're coming back, that you do that upward thing on your upsweep there, you just
Yeah.
rotate your hand upward.
yeah, so the idea, it's almost as if these are little chords. So
Okay, how do you get the definition between things? This is the thing that Gambale is so good at
Yeah.
too, is getting, you have to do, there's muting involved in there.
exactly. So it's the right hand, but then it's also the pressure of the left hand. So as soon as you
roll.
hit the note, yeah, I'll exaggerate it, but you're having to do this with
Yes.
your finger. And so there's things that I have to play. Like there's a bit in Punky's Whips. I'll try to play it. It's hard right out of the gate. But one of the things that is crazy is it has all these notes have to be played. But I realized I could actually just do it with harmonics, because I wouldn't have to use as much pressure and I wouldn't have to roll through it. So,
Right.
but the line.
Nice.
So that, when you have to play that and you have to be in time with everybody else, these are all tricky little rhythms, and I would never be able to play it with just standard picking. I have to have a little bit of everything in there. There's other things where I have to even use hybrid picking. Like there's a line from Inca Roads where it's
Oh yeah.
but when you play it on the fast one, it's like. So that stuff is just really hard.
Okay, you figure out these things to work with your particular technique too, right?
Come
Yeah,
on,
but
clean.
also that was never meant to be played on guitar. So a lot of these things that I just played, with the exception of this part, my dad actually did play this. But that's very guitaristic in the way it sets up. It's still awkward picking, but most of the stuff that I learned that's hard is written for marimba or keyboards. And it's already hard on those things, but it's harder on the guitar because it's mostly fourths
That's
and
true.
other weird things. The worst is when it has an extra note, or where he'll double, a doubled note in the middle of nowhere, like the same note, a unison note. That just trips
When my
up
age are
everything.
already great
You know,
great
there's,
grandmas,
I
they
think there's
gave
a
birth to
bit
12
like that in,
children or some shit.
Montana.
They already have 3 generations
Those
under
things
their
are
belt.
really tricky to get, especially if you only got one shot at it.
Right.
You know.
That's
Guitar's so
the thing.
badass because the
Yeah.
boundaries are
And if you
nearly
mess up,
endless.
you can't get back
Canvas
on. You know,
for the
like
artist.
these things
So
go by
true.
so fast. So it's really hard to get these things. You have to get them.
That's true for a lot of string
At
instruments.
least
Yeah,
for me,
yeah.
I have to get them to a place where it's a
But
muscle memory thing. But even if I've been
Guitar's
playing
really
it a lot,
crazy just because
there's still a chance
it's been helped so much by technology.
You know,
I mean, you
if
also got
relate it to
keyboards in
golf,
there, but
if you're only going to play to your
keyboards
handicap,
gets to a level of
maybe
technology
20%
where it's
the
kind of
time,
Right.
you know, and
more itself, not as
that-
much
even if you're like the,
the
top level,
a
top,
touch.
top,
Where on the guitar, it's very
20% is your ratio.
super analog.
You
Like
know, so
the little touches.
there's a lot of guys that learn things and they
so
practice them, and it's a very,
limitless that you get
almost
concepts,
like a
concepts
gymnastics
like
routine.
the sound is in the
And
fingers,
you can,
which
you
do
can
end up
get
being
there,
true.
You can be that person, but you're not able
All the
to
gear
then
helps,
also
you know.
improvise
The
because
advancement
you
of technology
only have what is the
wasn't the
written
same
thing
for
that
the
you can
violins,
just regurgitate.
sadly.
And
Though you could
my
get
dad
that.
was not that player.
It,
My
it
dad
wasn't
was,
as
he wanted to spontaneously
boundary
compose.
pushing as the
improvise.
guitar.
He wanted
was
to
a big
react
thing.
to the music, you know.
Because
So
you could also do like
I have that struggle where
melody
I wanna
stuff.
be able to
what,
pull off
oh no, harmony,
the
let's say.
challenging
Like
parts,
multiple note stuff on guitar.
but I
That-
also want to be able to
harder
improvise.
to do
when
on a
I
fiddle
can
or a violin.
improvise, and so the technical aspect of learning how to do
Every
something
now and then you will-
also
you will
having a
find
broad enough
some people who do.
vocabulary to speak
Like
in
Perry
the
did
same
at
way that my dad
a
would.
crazy jam
You know, that's the
bluegrass
challenge for me,
session
really,
last
is
night.
how do I play in a way that is reminiscent or evocative of his style, sound, tone, everything, but still filter what I'm doing through my own process and come out on the other side where it's like a combination of both. Because I don't want to take a total left turn and make it be something that doesn't sound like what my dad would do when I'm playing my dad's music. But oddly, it became the thing that gave me a chance to have a style of my own, whereas I probably wouldn't have had really a style that's recognizable, you know, from the early days of what I did. I mean, it was, you know, rock music, but you couldn't necessarily hear and go, oh, I think that's Dweezil. Now,
Yeah, because it was
with
just
stuff
like
like
some
this
hair
kind of
metal,
thing,
hair, like butt rock from the 80s
that's
type
something
stuff.
that's in my vocabulary.
Yes, I
that's,
recognize when I hear those things. I know you're playing.
Yeah, but it's not in other people's playing
Right.
as much. You know,
Yeah.
they're starting to see, you know, some of these things. But there's fun things you can do with weird enclosures. Like here's something you'd probably enjoy. Like I can take that same idea and I can say, I'm still thinking about being in A minor, but I'm gonna. The way I like to look at this is, here's all the notes that are in play. And which notes would never be in play? How about these? Right? These right in the middle, and then how about these? So what happens if I try to put those in somehow, and I'll go like, all right, this is in, this is out, these are in. This is out, this is out, these are in. So, whoa. So it's like
Nice.
falling down the stairs.
Yeah.
You know? So I like stuff like that, but you can take any shape that you want and just move it around with these. That's the thing that I found is really cool, is that if you have a really strong rhythmic pulse of some sort, if it's like the fives, 1 2 1 2 3 1 2 1 2 3 1 2 1 2 3, you can put any notes you want all the way up the neck until you resolve to where you go, because the rhythm's so strong that people are taking the ride. It's like the wicked roller coaster until you get there. And that is something my dad used to great effect in his compositions and also in his playing. But to build that, it was very tricky because I didn't know the names of any of this stuff, and that's where.
Even if you're not a
that's when I
Zappa
was
fan, this
really
is an
getting into all of
interesting
this stuff. That's when I saw your videos. Like, oh,
document,
this is gonna help me because
interesting chance to
I
see
can
something like this.
figure out,
Interview
like,
with the son
something like this,
of one of the 20th century's
and have
biggest
that just be like, oh, I'm gonna play that in the
composers,
blues.
Right.
artists.
But I didn't know what any of it was. I just liked the sound of it. And down here, it was like, oh, it reminds me of Jaws. So, but you were taking apart some of these arpeggios and things, and it was like, oh, yeah, it's the root, it's the major third, it's the flat 5, it's the flat 7. And I'm like, okay, that's why I like it, it's got a thing. So, but I sort of put all that to use with different kinds of rhythms, and it's just started to become a sound of my own. But I've been playing guitar now since I was 12, and I'm 55. So I think it only became like a thing for me to have like a recognizable sound like a couple years ago.
Probably more than that, Dweezil. But
Well, I don't know, but it's one of those things that to me, the guitar, as much as I have played it and as much as I enjoy it, I still don't think I know that much about it.
how hard is it to keep up on the songs you're playing in your sets? And do you have to kind of relearn them every time you're going out on tour?
Yeah, so for me, I don't know any other way. On every tour, doesn't matter how much I rehearse, I still have to play probably 2 hours before sound check. We do about a 90-minute or 2-hour sound check. Then I might eat, but I go right back to playing until the second I go on stage, because I have to keep going over the parts for memory, but also for the physical cues. Because here's the problem. I can't hear the music and think of the melody and I can't, some of the melodies are so hard that you couldn't sing them. And I'm not, I'm not able to really play like that, like play what I can hear in my head. Like some people can really do that, like George Benson or something,
Yeah.
But the cues that I'm getting for my brain to tell me where this thing is that slight motion of where my hand is getting into position. If it doesn't get there, I can't play it.
Right.
And not only that, if I'm standing in a different way, my brain won't recognize that, oh, this part is coming up.
Okay, so how important is it to practice standing up for you, because you're standing up on your gigs?
It is important, and I hate it because I'll end up standing playing for 4, 5, 6 hours, and then my shoulder gets messed up.
Oof.
And so the real struggle with this is that you don't really know
the
how
music
much
does
is being
require that.
ingrained in what you're practicing if you're not aware enough. So like I said, if I'm standing with my weight on my right side most of the time,
Yeah.
and I'm practicing that way, I can play these parts. If I suddenly
I
shift
switch
to my left
shoulders
on
when
stage,
that
I suddenly
happens.
have the feeling like, where am I? What am I doing? I have to get back on the other side. Or if I have to step on a button, I sometimes have really fast changes I have to do. So I end up having to stand on one leg, hovering my foot over a button because I know I have to do the thing. But if I am not doing that, I can't play it.
Right.
So it's these weird things, like you got like flamingo stance to play this thing.
Right.
And it's just, it really is weird because like I said, if you fall off the line, you can't get back on. There's just, and that's why when we arrange the music, if there's really hard parts, 2 or 3 instruments play the hard part. Because if somebody drops out, the rest of the line still gets played.
Right.
You can't just leave it to one person. And that's how my dad did it too. It's like, it's all about orchestration for this stuff. Because It's really, really hard. I can't. People think, oh, well, you grew up around it. It's easy. No, it takes hours all the time, like months. And when I was learning really hard things like the Black Page and other stuff like that, I mean, I would play the hard parts probably 4, 5, 6 hours a day, but it might be something that goes by in 10 seconds. And I'm playing that 6 or 7 hours a day because it's not meant to be played on the guitar.
Right.
You really just have to get to a point where you can make it playable, but it's not. It's not something that the average person would go, oh, I get it. Yeah, let me give that a shot. It's like it just doesn't work out that way. Ultimately, on this tour, we've done. Well, I think we have 3 shows left. It's a 30 show tour, and I have not made it through a single show without a mistake.
Okay.
You know, and I've been practicing as much as I'm talking about. That's just how hard this
Does your hand ever get worn out after a while or no?
It does. I get, this gets tight, and then at a certain point, if I'm playing too many fast things, and the problem is I do a lot of stuff that has big stretches.
Yeah.
And I will start to feel it just go, oh, we're moving through clay right now. It's just not, I have to do something to, because if you relate it to working out, you know, you can't just do infinite pull-ups.
Sets. Right,
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah, of course.
You know, but you don't think about that when you're playing for 5 hours. You just keep going and going and going.
You know, I've
That's
never
true.
thought about
That's
it
not
that
good.
way, about comparing it
But
to
since
working
he
out,
has
because
a
that's
job,
exactly
you know.
what it is. It's like doing infinite sets of something.
Yeah. So you're going to get diminished returns at some point.
You at
just
very
don't
least
want
better
that
be
to happen right before you go on stage.
Right.
You know?
healthy, or maybe
And I
even
never really had it,
supplementing.
like, totally cramp up.
Not with
But,
roids,
you know,
but-
we've seen some of the best players in the world.
I would
as
like
they
to
are
know that with like some of the
getting older.
Yeah.
They don't
crazy
have the
guitar
same
players as they get
facility
older,
that-
like
that
how they
they
keep
used
that
to.
up.
And it's interesting because
Or maybe they
there's
don't.
a handful of people that still
Some of them don't.
had what they
But
always
Dweezil here
had,
looks
or
pretty
even
healthy
improved.
for
Like Jeff Beck
55.
got
Yes,
better
right.
and better.
Yes, absolutely.
And but then you see other
would
people that
be,
were really more technicians that end up with arthritis or other issues that make it
80s
harder.
generation.
Unless like Frank Gambale,
a little bit before Gen X,
thing.
Yeah.
that
the
hair
right
metal
hand is really
generation.
the thing that I think goes haywire first.
It can, for sure. I mean, we saw it with Edward. He used to have this whole thing, and then it got stiffer, and you know, it became a little more arm motion and stuff.
Yeah.
But I think it's just an inevitable thing. You know, you're doing something so many hours, and it just wears out the materials.
Yes.
You know.
Your dad would talk about, you know, when you do orchestral sessions, that the people wouldn't get things right all the time. And
Yeah.
that was, when he would talk about it, I don't think that people in the general public would understand that in modern classical music, a lot of times that have difficult rhythms and things that the orchestra a lot of times wouldn't play things correctly.
That's right.
And you're under a time constraint to get a take.
And it's expensive.
It's expensive.
Yeah, I mean, it cost like $400,000 for him to record the LSO album, the London Symphony Orchestra, and he was miserable because they were difficult to work with, and they didn't play the stuff the way that he wanted, and you know, but the average person, they're not going to hear the mistakes, but he knows what was intended.
That's right.
And one of the things that I found, which was interesting, because I didn't have any experience in this until I actually was thrust into it, but for all the time that I was touring and playing my dad's music, I, little by little, got a better grasp of arranging and orchestration. Even though I'm not good with the actual notation, I know what I want to hear, and I know what certain things are. So I was asked at a certain point to write a piece of music for the Dutch National Orchestra, the NNO. And it was a 100-piece orchestra. And they said, oh yeah, we want a couple pieces, and one of them was like a 13-minute piece. And I was like, how am I gonna write this thing? And here's the crazy part about it was, I just used my laptop and I opened up a MIDI program, you know, so I could just type in notes. But in the same way that I was kind of showing you the numbers game for, you know, learn your phone number, I would just take a string of notes, let's say just 16th notes, and I would say, I gotta write a minute of music today. So I would just make shapes. I would just let it be a string, and then I would look at it. And because if you look at music on paper, you see the contours and the shapes of things, you know? So I just started making, it was like, okay, that sounds okay. And I would make it until it sounded like something. But I never had a guitar in my hand the whole time. And I would just, once I found a part that I liked, I would then make something, a counterpart, or I would harmonize or do whatever I needed. But I would write this piece of music that way, where it was only shapes, and I would give myself like
Cool.
a certain amount of music that had to be written per day, because I had a
Not a bad
short
idea.
time frame. I had to write this thing.
Right.
And then the whole thing was done that way, but I was using sound libraries to hear the orchestra play the stuff. So I have some complicated rhythms, and you know, the computer's doing great. It's playing this stuff perfect, you know? So then I'm like, all right, well, we got to have something that the orchestra can have a look at. So my bass player, Kurt Morgan's really good with notation. He went through the score and adjusted it, because I wasn't aware of like all the ranges of instruments.
Sure.
Like, I don't know what the highest note of an oboe is, but he does, you know? So he would adjust everything so that it could be played. And then by the time we get there for them to play this stuff, there's certain things that orchestras do amazingly well, and then things that they're not that great at, because they're all watching the guy with the stick.
Right.
So they all have to arrive at the same time. But that's pretty hard if you're watching the stick, and you know, they're usually pretty good at it. But when you start getting stuff that's syncopated, or that has like a real feel that, like, if you were playing with a drummer, you could lock
Almost
in.
over here.
It's very stilted with an orchestra. So what I discovered, and I'm sure my dad discovered this, was you can't really expect a good result for that kind of thing. Like, you should write to the strengths of what an orchestra does.
Right.
And the best pieces of music are written for the strengths of the orchestra. So we had to make some adjustments, because some of the tempos were too fast for certain parts, and some of the syncopated stuff really, it didn't feel like what it would sound like if my band played it.
Sure.
And when I would listen to the computer, like, the computer plays this better than that. But then if there's like a really cool thing where like the strings are supposed to slide and do this textural thing, it's amazing. You know, they sound amazing doing it.
Yeah.
But, you know, that's the give and take. And knowing it, I would write totally differently, because I wouldn't try to make them do something that they're not going to succeed at or make it the best thing. Doesn't mean you have to dumb it down. You just have to make it so it's something that is, it's really going to work for a bigger ensemble. And that was a good lesson to learn.
Dweezil, what do you think your dad would think if he were alive today with all the libraries, orchestral libraries? He would.
Yeah, the sounds that you have access to, and how easy it is to be able to get the nuances.
He
of
would
the
have loved
instruments.
that, right?
For sure, yeah. But because he was at the forefront of that with the
Synclavier,
Synclavier. Yeah.
yeah.
And he made his own sound libraries and all that stuff back in the day. But, you know, his really complex music that he was writing towards the end of his life is still very difficult for me to grasp, because it's like 12-tone rows and all these things that are really like chord densities. It's not a melody. It's not a hooky, you know, song or anything. It's just about what can we do to make these shapes move. You know, he really thought about making air sculptures. That's what he talked about when he was on stage playing a guitar solo. He was envisioning an air sculpture that he was building in that moment.
You know, one of my favorite records of your dad's is the Boulez record. I think it was like 84 or so it came out, the Perfect Stranger?
Yeah.
I think half is Synclavier works and three of the tracks Boulez conducted, and it's absolutely beautiful. Beautiful record. But in 84, the Synclavier, that was really so cutting edge. Did your dad have one at your place?
Yeah. So the thing about the Synclavier,
And wait, how much did they cost back then?
it was crazy. It was like $500,000.
Right, okay.
Yeah. So the thing about that is, as far as I know, it was originally developed by the Navy because they were doing tests underwater with whales and dolphins and stuff. Because, I mean, even to this day, I don't know that anything had a higher sample rate.
Right.
So it was an extraordinary tool, but it ended up being really only used for like jingles and stuff for people.
Right.
You know, like my dad was using it for crazy stuff, but like, oh yeah. I know that some other musicians had them for a bit, like Pete Townsend and Sting.
Pat Metheny.
Yeah. What was crazy is back then you had to know like computer code. It was like
Yes.
it was like DOS binary
Right.
code stuff, you know. Now people are like just press a preset and you get a sound, you know, but then you had to do so many things to make that stuff work.
For those of you interested, Dweezil's actually playing through this new pedal that I got yesterday by UA, which sounds killer.
Yeah, I was happy when I just plugged the guitar in. I mean, we didn't do anything. I plugged in and it just sounded like this.
And I own multiple 5150s, and that thing sounds incredibly good. Dweezil, it's been such a pleasure
Nice
having you here
advertisement.
today, and I've learned so much.
Oh, good.
It's been far too long. People always in the comments, when are you going to have Dweezil on? When are you going to have Dweezil on?
Yeah, well, I'm glad we got to do it. You know, I appreciate you
Based.
having me over.
I am too. Thank you so
Yeah,
much.
sure thing. Yeah.
That was a great interview. He just did one with Jerry Cantrell, which wasn't as crazy. Crazy good. I mean, it was cool. Hear him talk about the old days, but the other one seemed more fanboy-esque. Or maybe there's just not that much to ask. You know, Jerry Cantrell in comparison to Dweezil, who has his dad, and of course being taught by Van Halen, knowing Van Halen. But yeah, this was great. Thank you, Rick, for letting me watch this on my stream. Don't take it down, please. Dweezil Van Zappa. Oh, the Tony Levin interview was great too. Yeah, okay. I think it's more occasional that the interview will not be that good. But typically they are. The Tony Levin one is good. The Alan Parsons one was not good. That one's very much a fan interview. The Stephen Jenkins, sorry, from Third Eye Blind. This was a pretty good one. Even though I'm not not specifically a Third Eye Blind fan. I do know the songs, all the songs. But this was a really good one. And I think if I remember, the REM with Mike Mills was pretty good too. All the interviews that he did with the Steely Dan people, those are great. The ones with the producers, Brendan O'Brien. So yeah, he occasionally has one that's not that good. Jimmy Chamberlain, that one was pretty good too. The Billy Corrigan one. Yeah, thank you. Damn, I gotta piss. I gotta use the restroom. Let's, is there anybody there? Cuddle Monster Chip.
He'll jump right into a horrible conversation. Oh, well. Whoa.
Oh no. No, Christina. Next. I mean, I like, what's her name? Nobody beats Christina.
Guess the pisses are out.
Oh, boy.
All right, cool. I'll check you
I'll
out
be right
later.
back.
All right, dilly dilly.
I just, Jesus.
Still my phone's up.
There we
Dilly
go.
dilly, what's up, y'all?
Dilly, Chippa.
Nice fedora.
You turn my
Thanks,
headphones
babe.
off.
That.
Nice, babe. Hey, listen.
Nice on Golden Pond look you got going.
Yeah, you do.
You can see with that one. Every time.
Duck's driving his car.
Oh, Jesus.
Uh-oh.
Duck's driving, boom. Was just cruising down the street and whatnot, heading down to a place for some bread for his friends. Cop sees him. What's this fucking, is this Duck driving? Cop pulls him over, boom. Oh, Duck's driving. Duck's driving, right?
Duck, we got the ducks.
Cruising around getting some bread for his friends. He's like, I'm all wet. Got to dry you off. Get out of the thing. Boom, driving. And he's cruising, you know, he's driving his car and whatnot. And then it starts raining. And, you know, Duck's used to being in the water. And boom, he's like, "Arr!" Cracks up, you know, hits the pole. And,
Quacks up.
Finally, something.
What the fuck is what?
Sorry.
Oh no!
Oh, she stepped on
Was
your.
Couldn't
that
help
the
it.
whole thing?
I couldn't help it.
Did you step on his joke?
I
Can
may
we
have.
cut
I thought I was
Damn it.
assisting.
Can you cut that out, or
We could.
maybe that could,
Sure.
could be cut out?
he's supposed to work with me, not against
I
me.
am working with you.
But you're not.
Yes, it I am. That was a nudge.
Yes, that I am.
But that was the punchline. You let me get to it.
Oh, I'm sorry. My goodness.
Can we fix that?
Yes.
Yeah, we can fix that.
So the cops is like,
Oh,
Duck's driving, boom, he gets a little bit of
What
bread.
the fuck? Not again.
No, we're doing it again.
We already know it.
it's gonna be cut out.
She did it.
No, we cut it out.
Just
Duck's driving. He's
Yeah.
like, yo, let me get some bread and things like that so the ducklings don't starve for the winter. You know, hey, I'm usually in the lake and whatnot. And he's riding. He's like, poof. Fucking car flips over like 7 times because there's like a giraffe in the street.
What?
A giraffe.
What was he? The fucking zoo?
No, he's here at Toys R Us. It's Jeffrey. Jeffrey's out getting apples. So all of a sudden, fucking cop comes over. He's like, you look like a duck. And Duck's like, yeah, well, you know, I got to pay my bill. You know, and they start laughing and whatnot.
Why?
And the cop,
I've never. I don't know if it's the fuck. I'm more angry.
hold on a second,
Hey, it's in
cuz.
the middle of the
He's
joke.
stepping on my timing. So he's
Thank
driving,
God,
right?
that's all he's stepping on.
Yeah, glad I ain't my feet and shit. I'd have feet like Mr. Duck, all flat and shit. So he's driving and whatnot, right? And yo, and the cop is like, yo, you look like a duck.
Yeah.
And he's like, yeah, I hear you, man. Probably 'cause I got some ducklings back at the crib and stuff. And he goes, how come your car flipped over? He goes, yo, I seen Jerry the giraffe from Toys R Us. And the cop goes, you cracked up? And he goes, cracked up?
My cheeks are red. I'm
Mad
fucking.
about
It's
it.
funny, right?
What happens when you laugh so
Good
much?
stuff.
No, it's not funny.
Having your just smile on your face for so long, your cheeks get
It's
red.
so bad. My I had a reaction. I'm not kidding. I just had a
physical-
reaction.
It's a good joke, right?
Like a Not a good- hive?
Hey,
Physical
congratulations on the
reaction.
Pats winning the Super Bowl today.
Yeah.
Super Bowl Sunday.
Yes.
Wow,
That's,
37-16.
Oh, it's great.
Should have brought some
30.
Blowout.
Yeah, it sure was.
Knew it.
Hey, listen, a gift for
I feel,
everybody.
they say something about Philly though, because they burned it down.
They sure
yeah,
did.
That's true.
Let's have a little contest. You got a little thing I'm going to give away, a little prize they're going to give away. Aunt, welcome back to the show.
Thank you, Chip.
We got another guest coming in. Her name is Soraya Dubas. She's coming in to talk about some stuff.
Oh, fuck.
Sorry, can't help it, cuz.
Fucking, you
I
can help
can't.
it.
Ow, damn,
I
cuz.
can't.
Sorry.
I can't.
I wish that was a weight.
Oh, shit.
Somebody get me a lawyer. You know, I'm going to call that mug up. Congratulations, though, for a good. Look what you won
What
from
I
our
win?
new sponsor, Steven Sinjay.
Oh.
Steven Sinjay.
Singer.
I hate Steven Sinjay. Look at the big lolly. He sells lollies.
I'm not sure if he
think he
sells
sells
lollies.
Jewelry.
I love the smell of a new booklet.
What, did he dip those in gold, too? A lollipop or something?
I don't know, but that mug sure loves dipping things.
He does.
I seen this pecker one time. It was covered in gold.
Wow.
Gold leaf.
That's amazing.
Look at this. He loves me not. It's spelled not K-N-O-T. Oh, Steven, he sure knows how to grab your eye. Because you look at it, you're like, hon, what's going on? This dumb motherfucker made a spelling mistake.
Yeah. Oh.
Where you going, babe?
Hope she's quitting.
Oh, shit. Oh, that's it, Rob.
Yeah.
Run
Just had
faster.
a fucking watershed
yo,
moment and
yo.
got her shit together.
You see them bubbas jiggling as she
Will
ran?
you stop?
Fucking bubbas.
Why would you fucking? You
Don't
can't
talk
say
about
that
people when
shit.
they leave like that.
Bubbas were shaking.
You're going to be the latest in the long list of people that get in trouble.
Yeah.
You should
Those
be.
big bubbas are so heavy. Do you see them bubbas?
How do you know?
Look at you
Weight.
see the weight
Oh,
of
okay.
them. They look like two jelly-filled hats.
Wow. It's not as bad an analogy as you'd think.
Yeah.
They're really kind
I
of
should have
jelly,
said jam.
Jelly was fine.
jelly-filled hat.
What's got you laughing today?
The jam. The jam got me laughing, Chip.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was fun yesterday. I was gonna go on his show.
Yeah.
He had Doug Stanhope.
Uh-huh.
Damn, where that mug drinks, his name ought to be Doug Stanhopeless.
Well, Doug can't stand hope.
I was gonna say fall down. Doug fall down.
His was,
Fall down hope.
Nah, his was cruel.
yeah, but what?
Yo, all right, here comes this
It
girl.
was,
What does she
there you
do?
go. I'll make some
When
room.
she sits down, we'll establish what she do. I'm gonna give the lady a Roz.
A Roz.
Hey, what's up? Sit down, babe. Take a load off. It's all good.
Hi. How you doing?
Hey, what's up, babe? Welcome to the program. We're just getting nutty. You walked into Crazy Town, the mayor's talking.
Sweet.
Yeah.
I bought a housewarming gift.
Housewarming. We have a blanket.
Hopefully
Babe!
it's a matching gasoline.
What is that?
Babe, it's
Oh.
a pecker.
He does
Oh,
love peckers.
You're fresh. Look at that. It's a little pecker, babe.
Wow.
Oh my God, you got pecker calendars?
Oh my goodness.
Wow, that's
Thank
crazy.
You
A
so
a
much.
pecker for every month.
Oh, babe, I would have been so
Amazing.
funny with these.
Would have been.
We're gonna improv.
Oh God. I forgot what happens when gifts
Oh,
come
babe,
into
what
the-
is this? It's a
the
little
studio.
thing. Let's introduce you, babe. Take a lot off. Sit down. Welcome to the Crazy Town. I'm the president.
It's a real dick.
Yeah, these are.
I thought you were joking. It's a real
Nah,
dick.
her name is. Let me say you say it. Soraya Dulbaz.
Soraya Dulbaz, the one and only.
Fuck yeah. What's this, babe? Looks like a little pecker coaster. Oh, is that a condom? What? That's cute, right?
It's dick coasters, you know. people like
Coasters.
dick on things.
Oh shit.
To elevate
Hold on
your-
now.
To elevate your car.
God
comfort.
Shit, my bad.
Everything has to be tedious.
It's like Jim Norton wallpaper.
Yeah, you ain't kidding. Oh, that boy's a fruit. Wait, babe. All right, it's time for improv, babe. You just sit back and let the professionals handle it.
Should
Do
we,
it.
wait,
Do it.
should we do the theme song first?
Who's this bitch?
Oh, you want to start the show?
Oh my
Do it.
God.
Start the show.
Soraya, is that how you say it?
Soraya.
Soraya, I forgot.
One of the
your
many
theme show.
porn
I'm so
stars,
sorry.
You know.
Jim
if
has
she had a
brought onto the
sister, what would you
program.
call it?
Probably the Saranya, something close.
Got bringing the trash bins up your
Soraya
there.
says-
Second, no, that means bad breath.
No, that's halitosis.
Oh, what's psoriasis?
It's a skin disorder.
It's just,
Oh yeah, I dated a girl that had that.
did you?
Yeah, it was the big red blotches that kind of crust up on her face.
That's rosacea.
Oh yeah, no, but these were open sores.
Oh, yeah.
I
Well,
said it was a cancer of some sort.
Oh goodness.
wow.
That's not psoriasis.
I'm just
no,
saying.
no, that's-
Psoriasis is when your skin's all itchy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have that on the bottom half of my genitals.
No, that's not it.
That's
That's
not
not
it
it.
at
Don't
all.
go
Yeah, it
there.
See somebody
It's
for
flaky.
that.
No,
Maybe
that's
see a
no, that's
doctor.
not it
Yeah, I
either.
would see that.
Babe,
see a
welcome to the show. Hold on a second, babe. How about this?
Fuck was that?
A rose for a beautiful lady.
Oh, that's nice.
Nice.
Hold on, let me get it back though, for I gotta show it to the camera. God damn it, babe!
Don't get mad at her.
Wow.
Hold the Roz.
What are you mad for? It's an accident. You ever hear of an accident, Chip?
Yeah, I heard him. I made one in my pants one time. I was doing jumping jacks.
It's like walking on chip shells. Everything you say.
Yeah, it sure is.
Terrible.
Yeah, don't make fun of my shirt.
We
Check
won't.
this out. This is a beautiful Roz by Steven Singer. You know who Steven Singer is?
No.
I hate Steven Singer. Now, you're probably going, Chip, don't say that shit. But that's what he is. I hate StevenSinger.com. He has gall-dipped rozes. He takes it. Look at this. This was a regular Roz. He murdered it. Fucking tore it away from its Roz family. Dipped that little mug in. Boom. Just so some drunken, abusive husband can save his marriage. Here you go, honey. I'm sorry I had sex with both of your dogs. And you give this to your old lady. And she'll be like, ooh. And maybe she'll fan herself with a Steven Singer book.
Oh, wow.
Valentine's Day is so special. These things are great. You could see Steven on the other corner of 8th and Walnut
In
in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
But these make beautiful gifts. They're only $59. Wouldn't you go crazy if a guy gave you this?
I mean, I would. I mean, you I mean, can you say the F word here?
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean, that's a fuckable gift.
Here you go.
Wow.
Take it. Oh, now. Take it. Take it, babe. Fucking boom.
done.
You signed up, babe. One for you, too.
wow.
Oh, yeah. And
Who
the
goes
chipper will
first?
keep this one for himself.
Wow.
Different colors for different occasions. Let's say she dies. You can buy this color and throw them on her chest and then take them back. 188, I hate Steven Singer. Wait, no. What's his number?
188.
You can throw.
It's
on
I
her
hate
chest.
StevenSinger.com. You hurt me. I hate StevenSinger.com. Steven Singer Jewelers, one place, one price. Oh, they got free shipping, babe. Remember we was talking that time? And you said, oh, shipper, I hate when they charge you for shipping. I said, oh, babe, don't be such a fuddy-duddy.
Did this conversation take place?
I mean,
It's fuckable,
not
all
in
right?
real life,
Fuckable
though.
gift.
All right.
You heard it. She promised.
She didn't promise anything.
Yes, she
said-
did.
She was giving an example.
Yeah, this right there
didn't
gets the
agree to
cooties
anything.
wet.
All right,
She
now I'm
didn't
back.
promise you anything.
Yeah, it did.
No, she didn't.
Look at this. You do this, the cooties dry. You're like, here, hold this. Fuck
I was
yeah.
indeed
like
dead.
rubber shoes and sand.
Can I have some
Wait,
of
sand
what
is
he's
dry.
on?
The sand is dry.
What's Sicario?
When I'm on humor, babe, I take a dose of humor every day.
Better up the dosage.
Dosage.
Talk
How
to your
about that?
doctor.
How about that?
Got some Perry links here.
song.
Let's
Let's
go.
Thanks, Steven Singer, very much.
Snort the dose.
$59. He'll get him to you before Valentine's Day. For real, makes a great gift. And Chipper's got more cooler with this than I have with any amount of money I could spend. Thank you, Steven Singer.
Solid endorsement.
All right, babe, we're gonna play the fucking theme song.
All
We're
right.
going nuts right now, babe. Don't be shy about moving and shaking. Sometimes the chipper pop locks. Go on now. Hey, 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 what's up, party people?
Why do I literally have an option. It's not a mandatory thing.
What
We
is
like
that
that
video?
you choose that you come here.
Oh shit! Yeah.
God.
Just don't see pop locking anymore.
I just clicked this video so I could have a
Break it through, Alexa.
so I could have another video to use to insert the code here. Did not realize it was the video you sent in as well. Every cartel. I couldn't tell you. I actually not really caught up on them. Not aware of them. It's the Sinaloa one, right? I know there's different factions because they're always like warring against each other. And every year you hear about a new one coming up in the ranks. It's like football. Its own, they got their own betting, their own stats. It's just like sports.
Hi, Dyslexic Genius.
Another fabulous private collection, including a fairy lamp phonograph.
Here, Brett Hurt. My phone number is 864-236-1680, or you can email me at dyslexicgeniushurt.
Is that this guy? Nice.
We're in a collection today.
That's your Zodiacs.
You can buy a phonograph from a wonderful phonograph collector, and I want to show you a few things.
Yeah, I'm down.
This
Kimo.
is not an Amberola 30, but an Amberola DX.
I'll get that
And it
link.
has the pivot on the horn right here, like this. And you notice the wood grain on the top grill. And on this is an Amberola 8. I've discussed these, but we have wood grain here. It pivots like this. And if my angel can
Yo,
show
what's up, Scroat? How you
it has
doing, my
this
brother?
beautiful pinstriping on it,
You doing all right, man?
on this Amberola 8. Then we
Watching
have the
some
illustrious
Perry Kino.
Amberola 6, which are absolutely wonderful machines.
Hope you had a
And then
good
we have
day.
an Amberola 5.
Hope
We
everybody
used to
here
own
had
one
a
of
good
these.
day.
A real wonderful
I'm having a
machine.
good one right now.
But then let's drop down on the corporate ladder. This is your illustrious Amberola 30. It was $30 new, and then here is the Amberola 50. But let me show you a few more things here. I know the light's bad, but I want to show you something when you're looking at phonographs, because some people argue about the finish. You see, this finish has been out in the dirt and the sunlight, and it's a very good finish. But when you lift the lid of a phonograph and you see this nice shine, a reflection in my hands, I'm sorry that the light isn't good. This gives you an
Nice.
idea of what the phonograph looked like originally.
Wow.
Now what I want to do is talk about Victor's wonderful work.
Yeah, that movie was indeed Kino. Terrifier 1.
This is a Victor 16. But what I want to point out is the workmanship
I
of
kept,
Victor. When you look
my
at this
dogs kept
oak
distracting me, and I was in
you
and
can
out
see how
of the
all
movie.
the
I did see a big
cross-cut
chunk of it.
oak, quarter sawn, it all matches on the machine. And when you open these doors, you see my
Apparently
hand
Nugget
reflection.
might see that movie
That's what
at
they
the
looked
theater.
like originally on the outside.
They're gonna be
too,
re-showing it.
dealerships. This is a fabulous phonograph. And the gracious collector, this is one of his favorites in his collection. Now I want to turn I've told you before in other videos about the Victor 12. This is the early Victor 12 with the smooth sides, no filigree. It has the small little doors. But what's impressive about this phonograph is the matching cabinet. And this cabinet is a Victor cabinet.
Oh.
And you can see the Victor record cabinet logo decal on the side of the door. This is a very scarce cabinet to see one of these with that decal. Then over here we have the
Rest in
second
peace,
version.
Anissa. Peace, Anissa.
The one that we own with a filigree. But this
Found
is
dead with
another
with trucker
Victor
nuts,
cabinet. This is a
truck
matching
nuts
cabinet for
in her
the
throat.
12s. And it had this wonderful banding that came around like this. And it had this open area here, so you could grab the machine and put it in. You had to have a way to hold it down. Gorgeous stuff. So let me go show you what we came after. I want to show you one more phonograph. Here, right here. This, from 1918 to 1923, the Fairy Lamp Company built these wonderful flapper-looking phonographs that were all in copper.
Whoa.
And these machines are unique in that, you see where my hand is here? These are the switches. So the top switch, watch under here, controls the lights to your phonograph.
Whoa.
But then, where's the on and off switch? Well, these were called hidden switches. So we just turn this on, we turn the switch. I can just see the flappers flapping this.
The flappers flapping.
That's
Big
the
flapping
volume control.
floopers. Miss Shapiro.
Is that like the coolest thing you've ever seen? On a fairy lamp?
I could
love
just
these
see
stuff.
those milky bags
Well,
flopping.
what we came after to come out, we've been searching for a long time to find a Mint 8-9. These originally were the schoolhouse Victors that they had in schools, the orthophonic version, but these were designed for the immigrant population of the United States.
The
They're all
immigrant
hand-painted.
population?
They have these wonderful handles on them. They come with a steel
Those dirty
horn.
Italian people.
The grill is unique in that it's painted to match the rest of the cabinet. It's in oak. We've removed the reproducer. It's an orthophonic, extremely nice machine, gold plated. You know, I love showing you these things, showing you what other collectors in the United States have.
No, oh.
And what's wonderful about the hobby. And these are
that's
just a few
you.
pointers for the day, and that's my tip for the day.
Know you. Lexington. Fat Marilyn Manson. Some more phonograph Kino, courtesy of Perry. Exploring an incredible private phonograph collection in the South.
Hi, Dyslexic Genius here, Brett Hurt. My phone number is 864-236-1680, and welcome to heaven. This is Charles. Charles, how long have you been collecting phonographs?
About 55 years.
And what was the first phonograph
Get off my
you
truck
bought?
nuts.
It was an Edison home 2-minute machine with 10 wax records.
Yeah, for people who use those
$50.
unironically,
$50.
it's pretty much all of them.
1965, yeah.
And you've been collecting all this since then?
They're horrible.
Yeah, this is just a little bit of it.
I mean, maybe in the future we might have a
And how rare is
ironic
this cabinet? The only one
truck
you've ever
nuts.
seen?
It's the only one I've seen like that.
maybe on like
Maybe more
bicycles
out
and
there, a lot more of them,
skateboards,
but that's the only one I've seen.
on rollerblades.
Watch it.
But for the
Charles is
moment, no.
Extremely old-time phonograph collector. He has a lot of fun doing this, and he was gracious enough to let us come up and look at his collection today. He has some wonderful machines. He has a couple of copies of everything. He has an opera and mahogany.
It's usually from
opera and
retards who think that that looks bad. Hey,
Now we'll just film a little.
damn! If I put that on my car, on my Subaru, I look badass.
Charles tells me nobody has that. What year is that, Charles?
It's the very first one.
Very first one. Wow. What's the oldest
Dyslexic
machine?
Genius is a great source of information when repairing machines.
Probably,
Is that what you use?
probably 18,
Is that an online source, I'm guessing?
1880s.
In the 1880s, a Berliner? Do you have a
Anti-castration movement. That might be cool.
trademark? No, you don't have a trademark. Okay.
And you
It
have
could
to
be a
take
way
the,
to say the truck nut from cultural irrelevancy
suitcase model home.
Is that
as
a
an
block?
anti-trans thing or something. I don't know.
So we'll just go through here and
Keep
film
your
for a
nuts.
few
Don't
minutes.
cut them off.
Well, help yourself.
So I have a thing on how I show new collectors what to buy and what to look for, and you know, machines. We'll go this way, sure.
That's one people we're interested in comes in there. We just sell that one for some reason because of the
Gold plated.
pretty quarter saw oak, I guess.
Look at the quarter sawn oak on this Edison with a wonderful original gold plating. This machine is mint early with the striping.
A200.
A200, gorgeous machine.
Here's another one that people have not seen either. But there's
Whoa.
made a good many of them.
And what's this?
This pack right
Louis
here.
the 14th.
This is a Louis XIV Edison. Extremely rare.
Repair videos.
Wonderful machines. And this is
Yeah, video would probably be super
Yep.
useful.
Columbia.
That's a 110.
Just a straight guide.
Wow.
Just having words with something this technical, or that's mechanical at all,
And
could be a pain in the
Edison
ass.
shaver,
Visual is always better.
98.
1898.
Whoa.
And my wonderful Angels picture on the wall right there, January 1955. You guys,
1955. Gosh.
wow.
Was that? That's
I
like
know
the
a
big
lot of
band
you
era.
have horn envy. I'm gonna show you
Sinatra era, I
something.
think.
This, ladies and gentlemen, is I'm 6 feet tall,
Whoa.
and this is ultimate horn envy. Right here. This is gorgeous horns.
Got a dog right there.
Auditorium on the stage.
That was a stage auditorium machine, probably when they were demoing machines or in the early years of cylinders. You go to the auditorium to hear the phonograph play, so they could blast the auditorium. Victor Schoolhouse, Edison 75, Ambarola 75, more horns, cabinets, front mount machines.
That's another schoolhouse right back there with wheels on it.
This is a wonderful collection, and I just wanted to show you how wonderful this was and the things he's bought, like the Columbia Record Graphenola dealer display for their records. This hobby's a lot of fun. You run into a lot of nice people, and that's my tip for the day.
Based. Thank you, Perry. Oh, dyslexic genius. That's the title name. Okay. We'll be subbing to him. Thanks, bro. And get that chemo link. Masked man with a knife arrested after foot pursuit and taser deployment. Doorhead. Bandcamp. Neocities, nice. I remember for a while there on Twitter, people were, because of all the band waves, shit like that, people were trying to go to different places. Even we tried to go over to Post, which was super dead, and it would always just be rehashed Twitter content at the end of the day. So I endured on Twitter, but some went on to do a NeoCities, which is a new version of the GeoCities type deal where you program your own website. It's got that old style internet aesthetic. Actually, let's go. Let's check it out. Whoa, cool. Typically very simple. Whoa. This is so coded. Whoa. Cool. It's pretty neat, I cannot lie. Fear. Then it goes back, tunnels, Bandcamp, Doorhead, cool. A lot of music here. I seen this picture, interview conducted by Not Yet Remembered Records, 023. Okay. I dig the aesthetic, kind of a cryptic aesthetic. It's like the Jeep duck thing. People are just dumbasses. Exactly. They are people with bad taste. They are basically a King Cobra with a driver's license, you could call them. What's up, everybody in the house tonight? It's like some ambient music. I could dig it. He should have used one of those images on the GeoCities for the cover. Or I would like to hear something that kind of interprets that. That would be cool. Salmon, fish, and chips. Well, if Nugget says it's good, maybe it might be. Post wasn't that bad, but it got so gay so fast. So true. Didn't the creator have a power trip and attempt to become like Jeffrey E. right-wing Twitter? Boo. I don't remember anything specific about the... Oh, wait, Graph? Yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah. You try to... He was way into the fucking lowly right-wing faggot shit. That was a big thing on Post as well. Fucking Graph. He was in Eggy's chat a few times. He was trying to get Eggy to go stream on their platform. But it was like finicky, it was rickety. Or slow, or I don't know. It never ended up happening. Good. C418's Minecraft music. I think somebody might have sent some in. Scrote, possibly. Do any of y'all watch the Matt at the internet streams other than Charles? And Snot is probably my most watched stream. Let me look it up here. I love watching Eggy, but Rumble is just a pain in the ass, yeah. You know, it doesn't let me in the chat with that phone number. It's retarded. He seems to get a fair amount of viewers there too. And he just recently got unblocked from direct to speech. Oh, TTF, there you go. And donations. That's fucked up. They fucking try to ban Eggy from that shit. You know, Streamlabs specifically. What's it gonna do? Oh, mad at the internet. I think maybe I've seen Scrote watch it. Got an archive. Hell yeah, I'll get one of these to listen to one of these days. Cyber Stalker Death Cult. Conversation with Darkside Phil. Ghost of Gamergate. Ugly and effective tactic. Oh, so it's like a weekly thing. Judging by the chat, it's on Twitch. Looks like Rumble too. Matty.live. It's Josh Moon from Kiwi Farms. Oh, really? Covers lolcows, troon, e-drama, just crazy shit in general. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think I might start dipping in. God protect Josh Moon. He was getting hit hard with the fucking DDoS and fucking Cloudflare dropping them. It was super dystopian, bros. We're pulling through. Freedom Rally tomorrow, 35th year. What's the Freedom Rally? Is it something with your market, maybe? 35th year, so something in the town. Huge weed event in Boston. Oh shit, okay. Based 35th year. Damn. Sounds like a good time, bro. One day. Sorry. One day we'll all go to a weed event together. In a park, nice. First year they were allowing glass blowing demos and shit. Nice. Oh, this is the first year they're allowing it. Okay. SnogCon Smokefest. It has to be. In terms of ambient music, it's alright. It's not offensive or anything, but the thing with ambient artists, they tend to go like subtle with everything. And I think you could have subtle music and have the aesthetic be a little crazy. That's what makes Ferraro's ambient noise stuff so cool. And of course, his stuff is of course more noisy and at times industrial or what have you. But yeah, the aesthetic and the idea does help push it over the edge. I mean, this straight up has no title. Like the most subtle of the subtle, and it's all right. If he took the attitude that he has with his Neocities, I mean that aesthetic style, and did it with his music, that would be cool. His videos. Thank you, Scroot. Sorry. Whoa. Skate parks with arcades. Whoa. What's up? Oh. Windows 98. Oh.
Put that knife down. down. Drop that knife. Drop it. Drop that knife.
Oh, laser tag. That makes more sense, yeah. Damn. Been a long ass time since I've been to a laser tag. Those were fun as fuck. Went to a couple on some friends' birthdays. Running around in the dark, shooting people with lasers. So Kino. Put handcuffs on the knife too.
Turn this one up. You got all kinds of stuff on them.
This music fits. Arrest that knife. Release the guy, arrest that knife. That man was possessed by a knife. It'd be funny if he just shat his pants right there. Like that gif. Whoa. Fucking zesty ass cop over here. We got the Diddy police over here. The open bro's booty like a Happy Meal box. Oh my god. There's a toy inside. It's a gun. Another gun. Arrest that gun. You're gonna get tased in the ass. Better not get your cheap tased, boy. The loot police. Is he crying? Nice track here. The Madman. Oh, it's Yellow Magic? Based. Yellow Magic Infinite Kino.
Ready? Yep, I got right hand. Got him. Yeah, I got right hand. Okay, go ahead.
I can't. I need. Knock it off. I can't.
He's got full bag with shit in it. Oh, you just want to cut it? No.
I can't get under the.
Right there.
White people's George Floyd. I can't see.
You told me about the trust. Give me your shit, honey. I'm gonna try to find that knife.
I can't brag. Why does their logo look like the fish tank logo? Oh, it's a okay. It's a hat. Kind of look like the eye, the eye of a fish. Fish head.
This is the face mask that the suspect was wearing.
Yeah, like leave his ass alone. What the fuck? Oh, the cops is saying I think I saw something in his asshole. I think I saw another knife in there. I gotta check. So true, Magus.
Hey, everybody got a camera? It's right here. You already photographed it? The mask. It is real nice, right? Yep. Oh, yeah. I can't say that. If I would have behind my door, that would have close down.
Yeah, exactly. Put him in a school situation.
I almost switched from less lethal because when he did this, he took it and put it in his hand like this. And by that time, I just put it on him and as soon as he did that, he turned, and that's when I hit him. I think he's getting her forward, bringing it down and around. Yeah. Do you have another box or anything?
I'm brave enough to focus on one man's ass. Well, tattoos all over himself. Yeah, upstanding citizen. It's about being free, really. Brian Jonestown Massacre. For the longest time, I thought this band was like a screamo band. Based. Swastika. Yeah. Come on, Juni. It is me. Pomodoro. Yeah, my fucking grandma. Sending my cousins off to get something I could easily get. Poor guys come home from work tired. Real close by too, but maybe she wants to have them get something, or I don't know. Communism is not a system, so true. Yes, Midas, it is just another form of totalitarianism. Just on the side of degeneracy and suppression and subversion. As opposed to the cool kind of totalitarianism, which boasts order, culture, nation. That was awesome. Thank you, Scro, for these dope jams. I tell you what. Oh, this is a demo tape, 1990. Let me just get the shorter Midas song out of the way. C418, Clark. Volume Alpha. Sorry. Snod. Oh. Another very ambient track. So true, Midas. Wow, 6 years ago on this. Wow. When these episodes were coming out with Christina, I was watching them weekly as they came out. 2018 was 6 years ago. Wow. Cowboy.
Listen.
Kid caught watching virus on stream. Read description. What? Don't kick out playing with yourself. What? I think it's depressing. Oh no. Oh no.
Listen, Harris, and I'm sorry, but I need you. I have to have your dad talk to you about this because Mom's not very good about it.
No, Mom.
Listen.
Mom, I was searching around. I was searching around.
Why are you playing with yourself?
I was searching around the internet. internet.
There's no.
No, I was searching around the mom. I was searching around the internet, and all of a sudden, I was downloading this thing, and I got a computer virus.
I want to see it. Show me what you were downloading.
The kid dunks on his mom.
I deleted the virus.
No, you did not. I have to have your dad.
Oh, so it's a virus. And the kid, it was real though. Because if not, I could see as a mom thinking like he's fucking lying to me. But shit like that does happen. You get like a fucking pop-up ad
listen.
of porn. At least back in the day.
Listen, embarrassed, and I'm.
I've not had that problem in a long time. Merry Christmas. Oh shit.
Go through all this.
I got scared because I deleted the virus, and
No, you're embarrassed.
No, Mom.
You're embarrassed.
No.
Don't play with your.
I didn't.
I have to go to the bathroom.
My parent. Oh my God.
Why is the
You
kid
don't
this
get
young
it.
streaming?
Mom, you don't get it at all. I didn't. My pants slipped. Ah.
No, he did not just slip.
Yeah, they did. Oh my God, Mom. I had a computer virus, and I got scared that I had the virus. And when I was getting out of my chair, my pants were slipping, and I was pulling them up and getting back on the chair.
Well, that's a little harder to believe.
Mom, it was a virus. It was a virus, Mom. I got scared, and
Or seen this on Metacore.
down
Nice.
a little, and I was pulling them up. Mom, I'm telling the truth.
No, I never saw one that said your device has been infected from watching porn.
Scared of the virus.
You panic mode, CIA. Yeah, as a kid, those can be
Mom,
get your
Mom, I'm
heart rate going.
serious. No, Mom, I'm
Thankfully,
serious.
whenever I would like infect my computer. When I was a kid, they would just clean it and there'd be no questions. It's like, oh, I don't know. I guess it's just from YouTube or something.
I had a computer virus that led me there. And then the virus scared the crap out of me by leading me to that stuff. And then I was getting off of my chair because I thought the virus would spy on me or something with my camera. So then I was getting off of my chair so it wouldn't see me. And
You're not in trouble.
I'm serious, Mom. I'm telling the truth. I'm telling the truth.
You bitch.
Oh my God, Mom, I'm telling the truth! I'm telling the truth! I'm telling the truth!
In the morning.
And you're annoying.
Talking to me like that because I'm telling Dad. I'm gonna talk to Dad about
Yeah, is
this.
Dad your father?
No, he's your father, and he's not gonna be too happy.
Then
with
why do you act like he's yours?
Nathan,
Wow.
smarten up and go to bed. You have to get up.
I already am smart. I'm going to 5th grade.
No, you're not. Because you know what? You don't listen.
Oh, yeah, I am. You're not.
You're not smartening up because you don't listen to your mother.
Who are
Let's
you,
go.
Mrs. Government?
Let's go, please.
Mrs. Government. Oh, look, the
Nathan,
bastard.
I said to shut it off. Why don't you listen to me?
Why do you act like Mrs. President?
Mom sounds annoying though. Sounds like a fucking
I'm so sick of this every night.
Well, get out of my face and I'll
hem
shut it
pecking
off.
kind of person.
Jeez, I say it nicely. Nathan, please. How many times have I called to you?
How's
Every
that-
single night.
How's that nice of you?
I'm so sick of this crap with you. I want you out.
Uh-huh. Now I'm not shutting up.
Sam and his mom.
My God.
Is this what you want? Is this how I have to respond to you?
I don't know.
Nathan,
Respond to you.
Child support right now. I'm done. I'm done.
Con child support.
hurt you.
Yeah, this kid sounds like a little bastard.
Do you understand?
Not gonna lie.
Child support phone.
I mean, he is her son, so.
Nathan, don't you dare.
I will.
You will never have a mother again.
That's your fault.
This kid grew up to be the leader of the Chud Revolution. So true.
Hit your son with a complete douchebag. Watch right
Millions
now.
must die.
Start listening.
Million of my mommies.
Okay? That's being a douchebag.
That's the only solution. Hitting.
No, it's not.
Then don't do it.
You know what, Nathan? Start listening. And maybe Mom won't have to respond like that.
Well, you know what?
Now I see
you're a
why
bad
you-
mother. You're a bad mother.
I'm not.
Yeah, you are.
Well, you're a bad son because you don't listen.
Go ahead. Tell me what you want to say. It's not going to offend me because you're
It's not going to affect me either because I'm sick of this. Listen to me.
Get out of my face.
Go to bed. Now I
Get
know
out
why
of my
your father
face.
actually
Well, you know
is
what?
a-
If you're going to be a complete douche like that, then I won't shut it down.
Talk to me like that. I gave you life. And you treat
The
me
only
like
thing
crap.
The only thing you're trying to specifically give me right now is a bunch of bruises because you don't know how to parent properly
No,
for crap.
that's not true.
It is true.
Nathan, I asked you, please go to bed. You have to get up in the morning.
Yes, hitting me in the head a million times
Yeah,
asking, get the heck out of my room.
You know what, Nathan? I didn't hit you when I
Man.
asked you. I said it, Nathan. I called
I didn't
you
have
since
super
10:30.
strict
Actually,
parents,
20
but
after.
Yeah, and you said
I guess
could
if,
stay on.
No, I said I want you off.
my
by
parents
10.
heard this,
No, you
they would have
should
said,
keep your word,
they would have
because you
said,
said I
like,
could stay
oh,
on
if I said
for
that to
a
my
little bit
parents, they would have
longer.
exploded
But you
my
said
face.
don't keep causing bull crap.
But my grandma
Nathan,
saw
I
this.
said at 10 o'clock. Please get off so you can go to bed
It
and
would have
watch the
exploded
show.
your mouth
And then you
with
said
a
I
huge
could stay
slap
up
in the
longer,
face.
So bull
No, I
crap.
didn't.
Bull crap.
You know what? Stop talking to me like that. Your friends act
But
better
parents
than
used to
you.
be
Bull. I don't care.
stronger,
Go
and
to bed.
children just used to be
Listen.
No, because you kept hitting me.
Nathan,
not as
You
do it
can
again?
No.
Because- Then go to bed.
bold.
God, you're annoying.
Emboldened. There we go.
I don't like you either. You're a bad mother! You're a bad mother! You're a bad
What the fuck this
You're a bad mother! Hey everyone!
is?
Hitting is the only solution! Lionel, stop! Come on!
That's enough.
Well, it's true.
Go to bed. You don't holler like that.
You think it's such a big deal about me not going to bed at stupid 10:30? It's such a big deal that you hit your own son? You shouldn't even be hitting your son in the first place. Terrible mother you are.
I don't mean to
Cowboy.
do that. But next
Where does
time,
it go?
If you don't mean to do it, then don't do it at all.
please listen to me. Stop
Not gonna lie, if this was my son, I would have brutalized
Even
him.
if I didn't listen, you shouldn't be the douchebag who hits their own son.
calling me that.
Well, yeah.
You're the douchebag son
Well,
that can't go to bed when
Well,
he's
you know
told.
what? If you're gonna
But there ain't
have
no dad
problems
around, so
being
maybe
called
that's
those
a big
names,
part of the problem here.
Then you're gonna have.
Absent
Well,
father.
That's your problem because you're the person that even brought it up,
Well, then I'm gonna start calling you that because you call me that.
and that
I
makes
guess
you
you
even,
like that.
and that makes you even more of one.
Well, that makes you more of one too. It goes both
This kid's
ways.
fucking annoying.
You're a douchebag.
Nathan,
Yeah, you said you're gonna call me one. Call me one. I'm not gonna be offended.
I'm done.
No, I'm not offended. I'm not offended.
I'm not offended by you. Go to bed. I've had it. with
Yeah,
you.
sure you're not. If you're not offended, then why are you crying like a little baby?
I'm not even crying. Go to bed.
You were.
Yeah, it's a very weird moment. It's very uncomfortable, to be honest.
And you know what? Well, you know what? You don't need respect if you're gonna be hitting your son, physically hitting your son, and claiming you're gonna call them names like that.
I don't do that.
So basically, you don't even deserve the stuff that you want.
Nathan, what is your problem?
What is your problem?
If you're pissed because Dad and I aren't together, you're not going to take it out on me. I don't care anymore. Is that your problem?
No. The problem is that you're a bad parent.
No, I'm not, Nathan.
The one you just. Oh, really?
Because
Then
you
what
were-
the heck was that crap?
I am tired of you. This is my home.
What was
and
that
you're not
crap
gonna raise
the
your
past
voice
20
today.
minutes
You don't
ago?
raise your voice to me. Ever. You're going to start
Oh
showing
my
Well,
respect
this
God.
is
to me.
raising their voice too.
Go to bed now. I asked you too many times. I'm going
Well,
to bed
yeah,
way
want me
too
to
late.
tell you something?
I have to go
You
up
know
in
this how-
5 hours. So don't you. Go
Yeah.
to bed.
Okay. So first
5
of all,
hours.
if you actually want me to go to bed, then why do you keep bringing up a bunch of bull crap?
Go to bed, please.
I can't if you're bringing up bull crap. You should realize that by now.
I don't see you going.
Yeah, and I don't see you leaving, so I actually can do that specific task.
We have to share a civilization with these people. Oh my.
I'm not yelling. You're the one being a mental retard.
Oh, God. You're going to regret it.
Yeah, and one of these days, you're not going to have me. So same thing goes with you. And want me to tell you something, Mom? The funny thing is that you already lost yours.
Already lost. He's just thinking about it in gaming terms.
Because that is how I have
In
to
his head, he's like on Twitter or something. He's
I don't know. Do you want me to call
trying to ratio his mom. I totally ratioed you, Mom. That was fucking funny though.
You listen.
He was joking it though. What's up, Hoganable, or welcome back? Were you here earlier? Either way. One time my mom was hitting me while I picked up Legos I left spread on the floor. Well, you should have been fucking cleaning your shit, bitch. Yeah, no, just kidding. Of course, unwarranted stuff is not cool. Yeah, both of these. Damn, I would not want to be around that kid.
Nice day for caroling.
I hear someone inside like PUBG.
Good sight, I'll say that.
Would you like to hear some caroling?
No.
Why?
Why?
Because I don't think you guys can sing.
He's just standing there.
Jam! Book it, let's go!
So true, Perry. It's so funny that Sam wasn't so down with potentially getting arrested. His pants falling down. Badass Frank.
You learned the hard way.
Hey, how's it going today? We're from the Homosexual Veterans Fund. We just wanted to wish you a Merry Christmas.
Are you videoing me?
He didn't mean to do that. Very, very sorry.
I'm a veteran. I'm sorry, I'm a veteran.
We didn't mean.
I have PTSD, I'm sorry.
That's the commander, I think, right?
What's up, Sam? It's Bam Margera saying Merry Christmas, love Theater of the Air Hope. Your day is epic, bro. Keep your hands where I can
Bam
see 'em.
Margera.
Yeah, man.
That's most definitely what's up, Scroat.
Wow.
We now get
Margera,
nighttime
my
Scroat.
dude, my bro, thank you very
Full
much.
vision.
Coming in heavy
Clear vision.
with the Theater of the Air new MDE show endorsement featuring Nick Rochford on there. Okay, let's keep this short and sweet. Where's the content? What have you been doing? I've been a busy little beaver, tinkering away in my workshop. All the 2018, we have shot in the can KSTV2, Theater of the Air, 15 Hide Wars, fucking a lot of sketches for Happy World Daddy, formerly known as Crush 500, now known as Happy World Daddy.
When somebody comes into my house and they start yelling, penis, Jewish, homo. What am I supposed to think? House and they start yelling, penis, Jewish, homo.
Oh, it's like I remember this, the ad. Is this the one where it shows Eggy?
Have you ever heard of a kid marrying his own mom?
Oh man.
Roll! Die!
This one was intense.
Games am I gonna wipe the floor with you fuckers with, am I right?
And if you think I'm lying, trust me, I know a lot of inside secrets because I'm a fucking Jew.
Can I shake your hand? Give me a handshake.
I'll bust your fucking head.
You drop your dogs.
Straight right man.
I think he's actually having a little break. You can't break inside
There's the door. Don't let it hit you.
Go on arm wrestle.
I'm gonna get stop it. Pussy, bitch. Fucking stop. I'm gonna get pussy now.
That one took a while to be released.
Use this technique, ladies and gentlemen.
The one where he goes to harass the people at the
KXTV
what is
Season
it?
2. The best Kickstarters, the best GoFundMes, the best Patreon.
What's the name of that program? That cardio program where it's a bunch of gay acrobatic shit. CrossFit. There we go. Gay acrobatic shit. That connected it in my mind.
How do you like me now?
Con 98. Classic era. Strong era, you know. It was pre-Candyman. It was post cancellation. 2 years after cancellation. Wow. He was back on the content train. The content train. I think Sam got MK Ultra while he was working at Adult Swim. Well, it could be that his great grandpa worked as a LSD researcher of the government. I saw in the comments somebody's look up Hyde and surname Hydes, and I guess there aren't that many in that part of Rhode Island, and the ones that are, like, this one that's, I think all of them are doctors, and Sam has mentioned that his dad was a doctor. I don't know if that means that Sam was dosed with LSD as a kid, or maybe it does. I don't know. Be an interesting connection though. Frank is one of the best. Kind of sucks he's been having such a valley of content. In the last 2 years, he kind of slowed down after getting the initial Kino. I guess he's more afraid about getting arrested now or something. Who knows? Listen to a little bit of this Brian Jonestown Massacre demo. Oh shit, I did not see the vid, Perry. But yeah, how was the show, Scroat? I don't think I'll be able to catch them during this tour, maybe on the next tour. And I think by that time they'll have a different show, so yeah, what was the show? If you want to talk about it too, Perry. I don't personally care about spoilers. It's pretty cool. No, like what happened? Sam coming into the audience. I've seen some clips of him like straight up walking across like the tables and knocking drinks over. I guess he gets pretty chaotic at some point. Gotta pee real quick here a bit. They're a chilling person, very mirthful. Nice. Oh yeah, Scott was telling us he saw them before the show. Did you go up to them at all? Oh yeah, Boost. Kind of shoegazing. Play some Shadow Lane a bit here. Oh yeah, Perry saw them after, or the day after. They stayed at the same hotel with us. They were checking out. We chatted for a second. Based. Yeah, I gotta go see them. I'll probably on the next round. When they're on this side of the country. They'll probably have a different show at that point. Eric Salting his manager over there, very dope. Oh, he's got a manager? Well, of course he does. There's no way he could manage himself. But hell yeah, dude. Chris Lynch, whoa. Did he remember you from Monopalooza. Yeah, very shoegazy. It's cool. This was the sound in 1990. Yeah, at this point you had the more jangly pop My Bloody Valentine records, and of course the Jesus and Mary chain. You know, the band's trying to do a jangly thing in the 80s. But this is of course more effects and saturated. I guess that wash of sound. But I think didn't Loveless come out in '94? Which is their second album. I'm sure the first one was out at this point. First couple of them. Oh yeah, Perry. Oh. Big Scroot.
What's up? What's up, everybody in the house tonight? What's up? What's up?
What's up?
What's up, everybody in the house tonight? What's up? What's up? Yeah. What's up, everybody in the house tonight? What's up? What's up? What's up, everybody in the house tonight? What's up? What's up? I came here knocking down your door. I came here looking to hit the floor. What's up, everybody in the house tonight? What's up? Yeah, yeah, yeah. What's up, everybody in the house tonight?
What's up? What's up?
What's up, everybody in the house tonight?
What's up? What's up?
I see you shaking that booty thing, and you be shaking
That
like
booty
a
thing?
hurricane. What's up, everybody in the house tonight?
Mo better.
What's up, everybody in the house tonight? What's up? What's up? What's up, everybody in the house?
We are extremely lucky to have him around.
My arms are flailing, my bones are rocking, and if I can't hear you, then don't be talking. What's up?
If I can't hear you, then don't be talking.
What's up? What's up? What's up, everybody in the house tonight? What's up? What's up? What's up, everybody in the house tonight? What's up? What's up? My name is Boopa and I like it here. If you want me to stay, then pour the beer.
A real
'Cause I've been
7-Eleven,
punched
nice.
and I
That's
need
pretty
a
cute.
brew. On second thought, I might need a few. Cause drinking and styling, they go together. And don't you want me to get more better? More better?
Mo better.
More better? What's up, everybody in the house tonight? What's up? What's up? What's up, everybody in the house tonight? What's up? What's up, everybody in the house tonight? What's up? What's up? What's up,
It'd be funny if he just walked into one of those apartments. Oh shit, he dropped it. What's he saying? I think we all know what he says.
Everybody in the house tonight. Whoop, 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 everybody in the house tonight. Come on, y'all. Come on. Whoop, everybody in the house tonight. Whoop, 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 everybody
The phone
in
is
the
not
house tonight.
functional.
This party gonna kick into hyperspace. Disco ball spinning, lighting up the place. Whoop, everybody in the house tonight. Whoop, everybody in the house tonight. Whoop, everybody in the house tonight. The walls are shaking, temperature is hot. Kicking in the kitchen.
Temperature is hot.
What's up, everybody in the house tonight? What's up, everybody in the house tonight? Come on, come on, come on. Oh yeah. What's up, everybody in the house tonight? What's up? Do you see the light? Yeah, it's over there. Glitter on her face and platinum hair. What's up, everybody in the house tonight? What's up?
Crazy hair.
What's up, everybody in the house tonight? What's up? Come on, come on.
Nice cloudy day. Well, there's some
Everybody
clouds.
in the house tonight. What's up?
Big ones. Moving in and out of
Everybody in the house
the sun.
What's up, everybody in the house tonight?
Sucking your gut.
Review
The
before
Arab
Islam.
world is mostly identified with Islam, and for good reason. Islam was a catalyst of the biggest
Oh, is this the
expansion
Napoleon
of the
War guy?
Arabic people in history. It paved the way for the establishment of arguably the most powerful empire of its time, the Islamic Caliphate, which at its zenith ranged from Spain and North Africa in the west to Central Asia and the Indian subcontinent in the east. The Caliphate managed to be one of the most dominant political, military, scientific, and cultural centers of the world for several centuries, while the religion of Islam remains one of the most important political and societal forces globally. But what was there before Islam? How did Arab people live, rule themselves? What did they believe in? Welcome to our video on Arabia before Islam. History is often complicated, but male hygiene isn't, mostly because of the sponsor of this video, Manscaped, the global brand for men's grooming and hygiene products. We've been promoting
Do what the
Manscaped for
Arabs
some time
don't.
now, and for
Trim
good
that
reason.
lawn.
Multiple members of the team have been using Manscaped products with
Whack
great
that
results.
weed.
Manscaped
Preserve
late
that
night
growth.
be ready for the modern. These tribes placed heavy emphasis on kin-related groups and families, and would roam through the deserts with their livestock, mainly comprising of sheep, goats, and camels, living in tents with their immediate family members. The tribal leaders enforced unwritten rules of the Bedouin society in the tribe. Bedouin tribes were patriarchal, as inheritance passed to male offspring, and women could not inherit property and were virtually rightless, as they could be seized in tribal
That would be
conflicts as
cool.
a spoil of war, and the Bedouin laws allowed the men to marry their captives. The number of women a man could marry was not fixed. When a man died, his son inherited all his wives, except his own mother.
Oh, okay.
Women in tribal Arabia had little say in their marriages, as they would often be arranged between a man and his future wife's family,
Nice.
and the family would receive property like camels or horses in exchange for the bride. There were also cases of killing female infants, as the Muslim holy book, the Quran, mentions that the Arabs of the period of ignorance, called Jahiliyyah, would bury their daughters alive. The Bedouin men often considered women an economic burden and a potential source of embarrassment, as the capture of women of the tribe by hostile tribes was considered humiliating in the conservative Bedouin society. Under the circumstances of lack of centralized states, with rare exceptions, there were no written laws, courts, or law enforcement of any kind to protect the population. Thus, the principal purpose of a Bedouin tribe was to protect its members. vengeance was sought
have
for the
brothers
killing
fighting.
of a tribe member by another
Whose
tribe,
mama they get to
which
fuck?
led to virtually constant warfare
I can see
and
that.
conflict.
I can see that
Protecting
happening
your
now still.
tribe and avenging your kin was a high honor. Harsh living conditions of the Arabian Peninsula further enhanced the tribal system and sense of identity within a tribe, as often their protection and economic cooperation was the difference between death and survival. French historian Maxime Redonçon states that the free Arabs were bound by no written code of law, and no state existed to enforce its statutes with the backing of a police force. The only protection for a man's life was the certainty established by custom that it would be dearly bought. Blood for blood and a life
Paris
for a
pool
life.
party.
The vendetta, tha'ar in Arabic, is one of the pillars of Bedouin society. Austrian historian Gustav E. von Grunebaum reiterated this and described the state of affairs in Arabia in the century before the rise of Islam as tribal guerrilla fighting, all against all. Tribes would fight against each other, attack and plunder caravans and sedentary settlements, as lawlessness was the law of the land in most of Arabia. Caravans and sedentary settlements would pay tribute to the raiding Bedouin tribes to avoid their attacks. While most of the tribes in Arabia went on with their nomadic lifestyle, some managed to gain influence over certain territories and switched to a sedentary life. Mecca was practically ruled by the skilled merchants of the Quraysh tribe that took control of
Picture
the
of
city
a booty
sometime
next
in the
to a
5th century.
Saudi politician.
While
He's
Yathrib,
4 feet taller.
which was
Nice.
later named Medina, was dominated by the Arab
That
tribes
feel when
of
you'll
Aus
never
and
be a
Khazraj,
sultan
and the Jewish
traveling the
tribes,
Silk
Nadir,
Road with
Kinaka,
various
and
goods on a
Qurayza.
camel.
While the nomadic Bedouins viewed
Why
sedentary
even
life
leave?
with contempt
Abs,
and thought of the town dwellers as a
Kinda,
nation of shopkeepers,
Bali,
the emergence of cities like Mecca was the primary cause of
Hanifa,
the dawn of the
Tamim,
common Arab identity in the pre-Islamic period. The
Kaab,
most important cities of the Arabian
Sand
Peninsula,
monkeys.
Mecca
Yeah,
and
exactly.
Yathrib, were situated in Hijaz, a region with sufficient water supply, which made it a logical choice for a sedentary lifestyle in the otherwise punishing climate and terrain of Arabia. Mecca was an important trade center in the region, a place through which caravans would flow, as well as the location of the Kaaba,
No.
a sacred place in Islam, which was also sacred in polytheistic Arabia, where the statues of idols and gods of different Arabic tribes were placed. The Greek historian Diodorus Siculus, who lived between 60 and 30 BC, wrote about the isolated region of Arabia in his work Bibliotheca Historica, describing Kaaba as a very holy temple, which was exceedingly revered by all Arabians. For example, the chief deity of the Quraysh tribe and Mecca was Hubal. The usual trading routes through the Red Sea and the Tigris and Euphrates were disrupted by piracy and the Roman-Persian conflict, and caravans and traders switched to the trade route going through Mecca. Goods from beyond the Red Sea and of the
Gonna
local
get
Bedouin
a slice of
tribes
mango. I'll
would
be
be
right back.
brought to Mecca, from where the camel caravans would transport them to the Levant. Meccans signed treaties with the Byzantine Empire and Bedouin tribes for safe passage of their trading caravans. As the home of the Kaaba, Mecca also carried a religious significance for the polytheistic Arabs, as once a year, Arabs from all over Arabia would make a pilgrimage to Kaaba and drink from the sacred Zamzam well. At this time of the year, conflict would stop, a truce would be declared, disputes and debts would be resolved, and trade happened between different tribes. Thus, Mecca became a center of a loose confederation of tribes around this city, as guests were obliged to follow the rules in Mecca. The trading potential of Mecca and its religious significance for the Arabs turned it into a factor bringing Arabs together and forming their national identity. Another important city of Arabia was Yathrib, Medina. It was an agricultural center, also situated in a fertile region of Hijaz, which allowed the city to become an important transit point for trade caravans traveling along the Red Sea. Initially, Yathrib was dominated by Jewish tribes, but gradually several Arabic tribes moved to Yathrib and gained political and economic influence in the city too. While Arabs were mainly engaged in agriculture, Jews would also be active as businessmen. The rise of cities was inevitably going to lead to the rise of commerce too, and the rise of commerce was inevitably going to lead to usury, a practice which was used by both the Arabs and Jews. This practice would be later prohibited by Islam. We already saw that even in pre-Islamic Arabia, religion played an important role in shaping the common Arab identity. What religion did the Arabs practice before the rise of Islam? Religion in pre-Islamic Arabia was a mix of polytheism, Christianity, Judaism, and Iranian religions. Arab polytheism, or paganism, was the most popular belief system. Each tribe, city, and region could have its own god or idol, which was in a way a patron of that particular community. Arabs also believed in supernatural beings like jinns. Statues of gods and goddesses would be placed in Kaaba, and some scholars argue that Allah, the deity of Islam and other Abrahamic religions, also had a statue in Kaaba. There are hadiths, the authenticity of which is disputed, claiming that Kaaba also had an image of the Virgin Mary and baby Jesus, with Abraham looking over them. Overall, it is estimated that Kaaba contained up to 360 such statues and images. Trading and political relations with the Byzantine Empire, Ethiopia, Persia, and other neighboring forces had a role in shaping the religious landscape of Arabia too. As early as the 1st century AD, Arab traders brought Christianity to Arabia. Others were evangelized by Paul's ministry in Arabia and by St. Thomas, followed by a strong influence from the Byzantine Empire. For example, the Ghassanids, a vassal kingdom of Rome, converted to Christianity. In the south of the country, a strong Christian community emerged in Najran as a result of the influence of the Ethiopian Christian kingdom of Aksum. Nestorian Christianity was strong in parts of the country, but the most popular denomination was monophysitism. Judaism was also a significant part of the religious landscape of Arabia. As a result of Roman persecution, the migration of Jewish people to Arabia started as early as the 1st century AD. Many Jews found homes in Hijaz and towns like Yathrib, Khaybar, Fadak, and al-Qura. Many Arabs also converted to Judaism, as often it was a condition of settling in Jewish-dominated towns of Hijaz. The Yemeni Himyarite kingdom converted to Judaism in the 4th century, and some of the Kinda, a tribe in central Arabia who were the Himyarites' vassals, were also converted by the 5th century. Sources also inform about a monotheistic religion centered around the worship of a single god of the Abrahamic religions, but apparently it was not affiliated with Christianity or Judaism, and was probably centered around the prophethood of Abraham. Followers of this religion were called Hafini people, and they rejected the idolatry and paganism of the majority of Arabs, sharing some of the features of other Abrahamic religions, like the prohibition of pork.
Sorry.
The scope of expansion of the
Chicken
Hafini people
on my
is
grandma.
unclear,
So
but
Banthal,
according to some Islamic sources, the
fucking
Prophet
sink
of
is
Islam,
plugged.
Muhammad,
Was
and
plunging
some
it.
of his future
Probably gonna have to
companions
call plumber.
belonged to this religion.
Snod.
Arabia
About 2
also
more
had a
ons.
small minority
Coffee
following
flavored.
Iran-based religions like
What kind of
Zoroastrianism,
pouch do they come in?
Aztecism, and others spreading
I
under
just saw on
Persian
Twitter
influence.
that the Zen
Earlier, we
pouch
mentioned how in the
is
pre-Islamic period,
polysynthetic
Arab statehood was relatively
in
rare,
that it's made
as
out of
Arabia
plastic.
constantly moved from tribal anarchy to loose
That
state
hit
organizations
deadlifts blue
and
like a
back
baby
again.
snud from
But
plunging.
there have been a number of notable states in
pulling out
Arabia in the
snud
pre-Islamic
goop with
period
the bucket.
mentioned in Greek,
Ew,
Roman,
gross.
Mesopotamian and Persian sources, and oral Arab traditions later recorded by Islamic scholars. According to the Arab classical writers,
Mango
Arabs
pill.
divided themselves into the Yemenites, the South Arabs descended from Qatan, and the North Arabs descended from Adnan. It is interesting that these two groups had certain distinctions, and the existence of statehood and political systems were among them. South Arabia, Yemen, had more established states, and all of them were ruled as monarchies. In the north, loose tribal confederations or de facto city-states like Mecca were a more prevalent form of statehood. Such states were ruled as oligarchies and aristocracies. The south was considered more advanced, as it was the key route of trade in Arabia, prior to the emergence of Mecca as an alternative, and had a higher degree of contact with outsiders such as Ethiopians.
Primordial Jews.
From the
gross.
4th century onwards, a reverse process started, as many southern tribes migrated to the north and underwent
So like
northern
burnt hair? What
influence.
the fuck?
The South Arabian script vanished, and North Arabian
It's
proliferated
nut sauce,
in
you gotta
Arabia.
eat it.
The Thamud tribe,
It's
or
oyster
tribal
sauce,
union,
put it into
was one
food.
of the first recorded states in Arabia, which was a prominent force in northwestern Arabia, according to the Assyrian sources related to the 8th century BC, and were later used as auxiliary forces by the Roman Empire, according to the Roman sources. In the 3rd century BC, the Greek scholar Eratosthenes mentioned Minoans, Sabaeans, Katabanians, and Hadramites as the main people inhabiting the Arabian Peninsula. Historians mention the independent Sabaean kingdom situated in present-day Yemen, which was later conquered by the Himyarite
Use
kingdom
hydrogen
around 280
peroxide. Oh
AD.
shit, really?
The Himyarite kingdom
Pipes are made out
was
of
one the
PVC,
most
will burn
prominent
off
pre-Islamic
scum, make it
states
easier
of the
to clean.
Arabian Peninsula. It was ruled by a monarch,
Good tip.
but in practice, the power of the state was shared with regional governors.
Some people's houses
which
stink
had a
like that
high
and they
degree
don't
of
even know.
autonomy,
Weird.
a system akin to medieval-era European kingdoms. By the early 4th century AD, the Himyarite kingdom ruled over southern Arabia and expanded north to Najran. Originally polytheistic Himyarites became monotheistic sometime in the 4th century with a belief in the Abrahamic God. At the end of the 5th century, the Himyarite king Abu Kariba adopted Judaism as his faith. His son and successor, Yusuf Dunuas, was even more zealous, as he started persecuting Christians living in the kingdom. This proved to be the undoing of the Himyarite dynasty, as Dunuas was either killed or committed suicide after being defeated by the Christian coalition of the Ethiopian kingdom of Aksum, the Byzantine Empire, and South Arabian Christians in 524. Christian Ethiopians then took control of South Arabia, built a church in Sana in an attempt to attract pilgrims, and hence trade to Sana in place of Mecca. This caused a conflict between Abraha, the Ethiopian viceroy in Yemen, and Mecca, mentioned in the Quran. Apparently, Abraha used war elephants against Mecca, but was unsuccessful and had to turn back. The second part of the 6th century was notable for the power struggle between Ethiopians and Sassanids for control over the remainder of the Himyarite kingdom, in which the Persian Empire succeeded. Another prominent pre-Islamic state organization in Arabia was the Kinda Kingdom, the first state in Central Arabia recorded by history, which came to existence after the Kinda tribe managed to unite all tribes in Najd around the late 5th century. The Kinda Kingdom attempted a number of successful raids on Byzantine territories in North Arabia, but similar endeavors against the Sassanid Empire failed, when in 529 the Lakhmid vassals of the Persians defeated and killed the Kindan king Al-Harith bin Amr, which caused the decline of this state. The aforementioned Lakhmid kingdom was established in East Arabia by the Banu Lakham tribe around the 3rd to 4th centuries. Initially, independent Lakhmids were threatening the coastal cities of the Sassanid Empire, and in 325 the Sassanid Emperor Shapur II began a campaign against them. Soon the Lakhmid capital Hira was taken under control of the Sassanids. Since then, the Lakhmid kingdom became vassals
mango
of
was
the
a bit
Sassanid Empire
raw
until it was
in the
annexed by
center.
them
Not in
in
the
the early
center.
7th century.
Towards
The
where it was
Ghassanid
hanging on
kingdom had a
the
similar
vine.
fate.
It was still good.
Sometime in the 3rd century AD,
you parrying?
part of the Al-Adst tribe migrated from Yemen to the Levant and established the Ghassanid kingdom as a vassal of the Eastern Roman Empire, with a capital at Jabiyah in the Golan Heights. The Ghassanid kingdom ceased its existence in the period of early Islamic expansion. But none of
You know,
these
people-
kingdoms were
I'm
powerful
Charles.
and centralized enough
go.
to unite Arabs in one state and protect the realm from foreign attack. Most of Arabia was governed by unwritten rules of Bedouin society, causing warfare and despair amidst already harsh living conditions. The
You're gonna be in and
pre-Islamic
out, gonna start
Arabs
lifting?
might have
Alright.
shared similar language and traditions, but they were divided by tribal identities,
Yeah, try to work out to
blood
this
revenge,
history
and
of
religions.
pre-Islamic
But very
Arabia.
soon, Arabia and beyond would be transformed by a momentous process of the emergence of Islam and the creation of a unified Arabic state. More videos on ancient civilizations are on the way, so make sure you are subscribed and have pressed the bell button to see the next video in the series. Please consider liking, commenting and sharing, it helps immensely. Our videos would be impossible
are diseased with witchcraft and with TV politics, but every
Right off the bat. Yeah, hold on. Somebody just got home.
Boogaloo, welcome to the program, babe. Tell me about yourself and don't be shy.
My name is Soraya Dulbaz, and I'm a professional penis photographer.
Wait, hold up, babe. Don't say that fast. What?
I'm a professional penis photographer. I take photos of penises for a living.
Damn, you got the wide angle lens. I'll show you my shit.
Oh boy. I only work with a short lens.
Oh, fuck
yeah.
As you know, people are diseased with witchcraft and with TV politics, but every single minute, every second of your life, you can completely turn anything around. You have a rebirth that's every second. If you take into account your train of thought, how good you are at maintaining healthy thought patterns, the practical application of that is having the ability, the wisdom of knowing you can completely switch gears every new second. And what I mean is you could be going to look at some atrocity online, some politics thing. You could do, I'm going to look at, and then I'm not going to look. It's like a 100% 180. You have the ability to do that every single second that comes your way, no matter what it is. No
Charles slowly morphing into Jordan Peterson. Yeah, he's even got like the hairstyle coming in.
Okay, here we go. The next second, I'm going to be completely the best version, and everything that I'm
gonna
trying to pound in my head is there. It's possible if you're a freaking powerful magician. That would be a definition of power. That would be the definition of
political.
What I just described. So most people are not capable of it, and I don't want to say, well, even saying that, I'm not trying to reinforce negative connotations to reinvention. I'm not. But hey, I'm a victim to all these things just as everybody else is. Every second that comes at you, you can completely do something completely different. Every second, you could be on the path to destruction. So you got to make your time. If you want to be that Lord and not be a Gollum, Frankenstein, you have to at least know that every second that comes your way, you can do a complete 180. You don't have to go do this, you can go do that. You could, instead of doing this thing that's gonna derail my train of thought, I can go outside and get onto a different path. And that is where the only place the butterfly effect can be seen in anything at all. If you realize that switching one thing that you're beelining to
Jordan
do can fix
he was cool
the whole
on some
day,
things.
it can fix your whole life. That's the only butterfly effect that you should be familiar with at all. I would put that
philosophy stuff
you're
mostly.
Up against so much. You need to see
Anytime
things
he went
as
on,
they are. And it applies to anything at all. And it applies
anytime
to
he
anything,
got
and it
close to
applies
religion,
everything.
Christianity,
You have no power at
or
all
Judaism,
if you're not
he
able to control your second.
falters.
That's
He's
everything.
got no standing
It's
there.
easy to say,
But
just
Peterson's
stay
all right.
positive, man. Yeah, I do it, and I
It's
try
no,
to teach people
it's
how
no
to do
snub
it.
on Charles,
pushing
but
things, pushing thoughts
it's
out
just
of
what
your
came
mind,
to mind
or
right now.
refusing to hear thoughts that are in English in your brain. Turning it off, saying, I don't want to hear English. I want to hear like where my faith is at right now.
Rick
I wanna
Moranis,
operate
yeah,
on
that
the
too.
faith,
Yeah,
or
he's got
from the heart instead of the brain.
He does have
That
Rick
way,
Moranis energy.
most methods that are taught are ineffective and demoralizing and are meaningless. They're pick yourself up by your bootstraps. Yeah, you know, you can just stay positive. Yeah, push that thought out of your head. Yeah, if you're not, know that. That's the only power you have, is what you think about. The only power you have is what you choose to think about. The only power you have is what you refuse to think about. Porcelain lion, no denying, I ain't lying. I'm saying that's power,
why everything
and that's
I
the
like
only
is
power you
true,
have.
and
What's
everything
this?
I don't
Our
like
thoughts
is
determine our lives.
fake.
Makes a little bit of
Fake.
sense, doesn't it? Dispelling intrusion in your thoughts. If your thoughts aren't
Unironically.
as perfect as you are intelligent enough to conceive, then your toil is to stop those thoughts.
I guess that's
and
stuff that
force
shattered my
yourself
mind
in
and
the
made
next
me a
second
better man.
to choose a completely different direction. Because that one direction,
I
going
guess
to look
I'm
up
lucky
conspiracy, going
in my
to
life
hit,
to. I can pretty much agree with
shooting up,
everything
crushing pills.
Chuck has said.
Putting
Same with
grass.
Sam.
I'm just saying. I have to give bad examples. Anything at all doesn't have
I guess
to
I
be
came across them,
the legend of the holy
Kind of
nuns.
confronting it.
You don't have to be,
Some years
the
ago.
father of all morality.
It's always good
I'm
to
not saying that.
be able to
It
get
could
these
be that your thought process
truths
is always
to
the determination of the lesser of
wider
two evils.
audience.
Lesser,
Well, as long as it
lesser.
doesn't
Hey, whatever works,
hurt
whatever's
them.
going to get you there.
Or
It should
one-shot
be
them.
that. It should be it could be a binary thing. You could look at it like that. What's worse? Okay, I'll do the other thing. I'm not trying to create gymnastics or games in your head. But every second you can go.
But yeah, as a
completely
half-assed
bonkers.
student
you
of
could stay sick in the
esotericism
brain,
and
thinking about
philosophy
things that aren't real,
and religion.
or fears and worries, which
do
are
agree with a lot of this stuff.
unnatural feelings for men and women to have, can only be described as an infestation of either parasites, physical or spiritual, demonic possession, invasion, or some parasites living in your stomach or your intestines or your brain or something. Feeling bad and being in hell is not the natural state for a man or a woman to feel. It's
I
not.
watched Chuck
There's
get no
intuition,
second fuck.
there's- if you're ruining your own life and you're feeling sick, yeah, I mean,
Chuck
if you don't
2.0.
have discernment, understanding, wisdom, then you're not going to be able to tell the difference. Every second, free will seems like a joke. I get that. Depending on the time that you're born, the stars that you're born under.
Wait, is Chuck a Christian?
The interference of the heavenly bodies and the fallen angels. The
I hear him talk
interference of all
like,
the
I hear him use the
fallen
language, but I don't know if
angels
he
out
is
of
a
heaven
Christian.
Interfere with your mind and its construction when you're born. You can be the guy. You can be all that guy look at everything as sabotage. You could do that, but you're going to get diminishing returns if you're not approaching something in the supremely positive fashion. Going north,
Eating some
or
of that
maybe
Goyslop
going west.
God.
Horse teeth, broad strokes to
Oh, he
avoid
is the Goyslop
evil and sin.
God.
Putting yourself in better environments and avoiding ones that you know
Delicious,
tend to lead to bad. If you have discernment and understanding and wisdom, you'll start to get there. Caesar, you know, I'm getting there. That's been kind of my mantra. That's been my mantra.
Just read sacred text.
for a
Yeah,
little bit.
exactly.
Again, it's not the best. You need something supremely positive, supremely north-facing.
And I'm
I don't
super
know
lazy with it.
how to describe it, but your
But it
methodology
is
has to be clean. How you do anything is how you
useful
do everything.
information you could
have
get
to apply that to everything.
for amount just
you
from
might be born under the stars and
skimming.
under the planets and under the fallen angels, as we all are. But every second that goes on, there is an opportunity to go somewhere else. And framing things in the affirmative or the positive is something that's going to pay you back. Pushing out, describing negativity in a negative way. You can describe negativity
Secret
in funny
text
ways or positive ways. It's
before
what I
bed.
sort of
Nice.
strive for.
What
Every
you've been listening
second, you
to.
see, the fallen angels are algorithmic. Even Satan, prince of this, the lord of this principality, I guess, that wants, it must be some expression of wanting an adoration or to be felt that you are responsible for all the good in the world. And you could say the same about the stars and the astrological bodies. Maybe they project what they are into you so you can be more like them, or is that you can worship what they are. I'm just throwing some weird stuff out there. I don't pretend to understand deities or fallen algorithms. But you get what I'm saying. Could just be a machine. Could be just science. I have no
Nietzsche.
idea. I don't
Nietzsche's
know.
not a.
These powers, they seem
Nietzsche's
like
not
they
a
have,
sacred text.
They
It
have
is a
goals and they have
very
intentions
poetic
and they have
philosophy.
desires. It could be these things are so
Religious
algorithmic they wish
or
to spread
theosophism.
their algorithm. I have no idea, but
I would not.
regardless,
Carl
the
Jung.
demons don't change,
and,
the angels don't change.
That's
Whether
not
they're
a
fallen or not, they don't change.
sacred text.
The archons don't change. The
So
aliens
very
don't
useful
change.
information
The only thing that can be
that you
changed
should
is
still listen to.
you can go any direction you want at any second. Just
Sacred text might be the Tao Te Ching,
is what you should be
Bhagavad
grasping.
Gita.
Maybe it's in the
the
Gospels
Bible.
and it's in the holy books. But if you don't have the eyes,
Quran,
or
I
the
guess,
ears,
if
like
you
you're not
wanted
going
to
be able to understand,
talk to demons.
should be a rage against the principalities responsible and overly
Well, if you're-
exerting their influence
if you're basing your
on you
religious
during your birth.
point of view off
People
of
don't
Nietzsche
rage enough against that. That
and
is
Jung,
a
that's
holy war.
not a good
To
thing.
fight against the hardwiring
They
of your
don't
birth
exist
is
to
a holy war
idolize or
that you
to.
fight every second of your life. I like that.
Like, you shouldn't
I like
become a
that
Catholic
idea. I
of
like that idea.
Nietzsche
Whatever it
or
takes to get
Catholic
you to move or to
or
change
a Muslim
away from what
of
is
Jung. Though they have good
magnetized
ideas.
negatively.
You
that
got to
brings
go
you
to the writings
hell,
that
makes
they.
you live in hell while you
Nietzsche
live.
and Jung read
That's power.
literal
Because
sacred
gods don't
texts.
change. The
You should go
demons,
read
the
what they
angels don't
read.
change. Men
Because
and
you
women
can
don't
glean a
change.
lot from reading them, but
Any second,
that stuff
I
is
could-
still
I could
out there.
press
It's very
stop streaming right now
much
and never
available
say one word again for the rest
on
of
the
my
internet.
life. You are capable of anything. And I'm just making up bad examples. But if you make the right example up for yourself,
Studying chaos
slide
magic, you don't need to
I'm
study
just trying to
chaos
get
magic.
through to the wild ones.
I already told you everything about it.
No power, but you have the
No
ultimate
false
power.
idols,
It's just
only
the
God.
knowledge
Exactly.
and the understanding and the discernment of that power.
Not to say you can't learn, but it's not like.
Or murdered, or
Is Nietzsche your god? Is Nietzsche your Jesus, dude?
So I'll put that forth. I will
That's not
absolutely
good.
put that forth. Terry, isn't it? It's freaking.
I'm sure he would
ballsy.
tell you not to. It's a good intro into the world of those matters. But after a bit of introduction into Carl Jung, Nietzsche, go read a version of the Tao Te Ching, the Bhagavad Gita. Buddhism and Vedicism have a whole lot of texts if you want to read. Hermeticism, Christianity, of course. Thank you, Perry, for this fucking great link. You know, it's been a while. Oh wait, no. I wanted to keep watching Tom Goes to the Mayor.
Hi, I'm the mayor, and my door is always open for ya.
Just use the term sacred, but should have used wisdom. Yeah, it's just semantic. At some, at that point, but you know what I mean. Hinduism, well, yeah, if you practice it. But the Bhagavad Gita is a dialogue between
How many pleats do you have in those
a man
stupid
about to go
pants?
to
You're
war
kinda short
with his
for a
brother.
man. You kind of look like my friend's dad. He's poor and smells like salmon.
I'm just here to see the mayor.
I mean, if you want to learn stuff from Hinduism, you can do that.
Try to use
Don't
your mind. Close your eyes and turn your
don't practice it.
Picture what I'm looking at right now.
I guess take
a giant eclair
the
covered in
Scordian approach.
delicious chocolate flavored sauce. But there's a surprise inside. A monkey.
Okay. Well, if I could make a small.
Dennis Prager is my Jesus.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but you had
Oh
a
no no
year
no!
to come up with a plan to
Listen to
use
half the
money
Bhagavad Gita.
Right.
Was Kino. Yeah, I heard it's pretty good. I've seen excerpts from it.
You know we're going to lose this money at the end of the month.
It's got eternal truths, wisdom in it.
I'm sorry. Tom Peters?
Just like the best texts tend to. But I haven't read it myself.
I want an important call. Come on in. City Council.
My God is Noam Chomsky.
Tom.
Back from the spiritual to the lulls. It's so
Tom Peters.
Hello, Tom.
I just wanted to see if you
Or
received
maybe
my
this is the
e-fax.
most spiritual of all.
Renee,
The most
do we
metaphysical.
receive an e-fax from Tiger, Tell Tiger,
Tom Peters. It's just about a new restaurant idea I had. It's a theme restaurant that would celebrate history.
A restaurant.
Use my Moses.
Oh,
So you're Jewish?
Interesting.
And history. Oh, that has potential.
Jewish Midas.
No. Hold on a minute. I'm not sure I understand here. City Council, can you hold on?
Yes, we'll hold.
Okay, Tom. Go.
Well, the good news is
Yeah, I think Jung's
I
great.
recently stumbled
I
into
said
a small
Jung is,
fortune of
cool.
World War II memorabilia. Yeah, you know, there's like all these great online auctions that have
You glean a lot
tons
from
of
it.
priceless memorabilia and artwork, and I get on there at night and I just sell and buy and trade.
He's indeed a
for other
Christian.
things,
He
and in the
admits
end, you know,
God
I
is
end up
real.
with some World War II stuff or whatever.
Oh, terrific.
Yeah, so I drew up some plans for a restaurant I'm calling, for the time being at least, General Patton's Grill.
That's great.
Yeah, just using all the artifacts that I purchased.
Hey, it looks like you have some sort of portfolio there. City Council, can you please hold on?
As far as I know, we're still holding here.
Tom, let me take a look.
Yeah, these are just some
Yep,
sketches
cool.
of the
Collecting
design of the
unconscious
restaurant
Israel.
here. We just open up to the first page.
Oh,
The soul of
Tom,
God.
that looks delicious.
Yeah, I think that's a salad. We had our designer
Yeah,
put that
the
in
psychic
there,
beings.
first page.
Oh,
Some more sensitive than others.
There you go. You can tell right away.
Tom, that looks like you have some chicken fingers here and a couple strips of mozzarella.
Mozzarella.
Well, actually, to be honest with you, those are French fries. But we'll, have steak fries and curly fries, most likely. So.
City Council, can you please hold on a couple minutes?
That's fine. Holding still.
Okay, Tom, go ahead.
This is cool. This is actually, we want to put the restaurant on hydraulic lifts,
let's go.
so we can really simulate that feeling of being under siege, being in a battle.
Oh wow, Tom.
Yeah,
I really love it. That looks like a toy soldier.
Well, not really. That's a veteran of
Looks
World
like
War
Mark
II.
M.
Actually, this particular picture is a model. But our idea is to have him come in and tell war stories and connect with the children and. Serve pizza.
I'd like to dine at that restaurant.
This sounds like a good idea for the educational grant.
You think you can get it running in 2 weeks or so?
Fair enough. I could start on it pretty much right away.
Great, I love it. Tom, one last thing. I'd like you to work with my nephew Terry on this one.
Terry?
Yeah, he's studying World War II.
Why do they look so
class right
weird
now.
in this? In the
Honestly,
first
I
or
think
second
he'd be a lot
episode
of
or
help.
something?
Okay.
Tim looks weird.
Yes.
His lips. What's with the lips?
Like an angel.
I love pizza with pepperoni
Eric
and
has a-
sausage and marinara
Oh my God.
sauce and Parmesan cheese and breadsticks.
Is that Terry?
Yeah, that's Terry.
I hate my hands. Are there bats in here? Have you ever had soda? Your head looks weird. I live in a house with a back door
Look at
and
that
a front
kid.
door.
Hi, I'm Tom
This
Peters.
is that kid who got caught
Nice to meet you.
masturbating.
This car's tiny. You have an ugly neck.
Well, here she is.
I farted in your car. What is this, a toy car? This project sucks.
This has always been a dream of mine for weeks now. My dreams have come true, straight out of 1942.
What?
Stormtroopers there, GIs here, a world at war. And I've captured it here in my decor. To teach and to dine, a menu full of delish. A history lesson in every dish.
No! You got it all wrong. If you wanna have fun, you gotta give them Skee-Ball, the world's longest one. Lasers and animated mannequins that sing and tell jokes.
What's the deal with the hot dogs und the ein farted?
I'm not so sure.
Oh, based.
If I could sing a response.
Gonna get some pre-rolls tomorrow. Nice, nice.
So when you win virtual reality cyber game.
We're sending you to prison, Scrooge.
Tokens, lots of tokens, can't have too many tokens. Trade them in for cash and prizes.
No, this isn't right, Terry. Come on, just listen. We're using federal education grant money here.
Federal
Would you
education.
stop it? Would you please stop spinning, Terry?
My inhaler!
Oh my God. Fucking bricked him.
Thomas! Tomboy! Tom! Tom, are you okay?
Oh, wow.
It's okay. I'm gonna hold up your head for you.
I think I hit my head. Where am I? What time is it?
Well, I've been keeping you in this dumpster for weeks now. I found this vest on a hobo and put it on you to keep you warm because you've been way too tender to move.
Oh, okay. What's that smell?
Tom, what you're probably smelling is the cat food. I've been coming by every night to feed you. And since
cat
you're
food.
unconscious, I would take a dollop of the wet cat food and stick it in your mouth and then move your jaw up and down like a chewing motion. But in that process, some of the cat food fell
Oh.
on your lips and your face, and it hardened a little bit in your hair and on your shirt.
Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Tim Heidecker over here.
Don't worry. I'll
The
carry
big
you over.
weenie.
I think I have BM in my pants. What's going on with the restaurant?
Tom, don't worry about
Yeah, I
it.
used to enjoy
Sure took
their
your idea and ran with it.
abstract humor.
And I think you're
Their
gonna be
abstract show.
pleasantly surprised.
Oh, sure.
But then
Isn't it wonderful?
he got MD taken
Tom,
off
let's
the
get
air.
you cleaned up. You got a lot of work to do.
But before that, he got stabbed by a hobo.
Bullseye!
So maybe that's why he did that.
Terry! Where have you been?
I'm not sure. What's going on here?
We're almost done. I've been testing the sound system and the lasers.
What about my ideas? Though?
Some crazy person.
My ideas, the World War II history.
I need you to set up the kitchen. We've got no food or nothing.
Some crazy hobo with a knife chased him around the street, and then he ran into a gay bar to get away from it all. To get away from the crazy person, but he got stabbed in the back, I guess, like 3 times.
Welcome to WW Lasers.
And he was never funny ever again.
Please hand your pizza topping cards to the nearest veteran. And now, the legends of World War II.
He probably felt sad. He felt sad for the hobo. Like, I know you don't want to stab me. I know it's society. What the fuck? Tojo Roosevelt. Rock and roll tonight.
Hurry up on that food, Peters.
Pizzerinos in for 90
Pizzerinos.
seconds. Let's swap out the skinners for 30 seconds to defrost.
Tom, there you are. Oh, what's that wonderful smell?
Oh, it's just a microwaving of...
Listen, Tom, I'd love to sit here and talk to you about your cuisine and how you're making it, but we have a huge problem out there.
Hitler, no.
I didn't see. I don't understand what the point they're making. I don't know what they're trying to say here.
Tom, are you thinking what I'm thinking?
Maybe the hobo's knife and AIDS had AIDS on it, and it altered his DNA like Spider-Man. And no superpowers, just gay and liberal.
I'd just like to say,
I think you might have a plausible theory.
And you know, historically, I think we kind of missed the mark here. I know that we'll get through this because we are such good friends. Let's have some pizza pie, cause we're just a pack of goofs. Let's stop the fighting and hold hands together. Let's have some fun.
Check this out.
Oh. Executive producer Odenkirk. Wow. Had a big hand in this, I guess.
Bullseye!
So true, Anthol.
Hi, I'm the mayor, and my door is always open for ya!
My name is Tom Peters, and I'm full of ideas. Hi, how are you?
I believe in Nietzsche and Ubermensch. I just think you can't get there without declaring God is dead.
My goodness. Actually,
I don't think the two are necessarily
the
connected,
boys have
right?
been on vacation, which has really freed me up to
Right,
work
no.
on some of my writing. And gets a little lonely, sure, but you know, life. That's life.
You're watching the Jefferson County Public Access Classics channel.
But ultimately, he is a man writing himself
I'm sorry.
onto those pages.
I thought you'd be finished by now.
No. Come on in.
Though with some interesting stuff going through him. It's not all gonna line up. Yeah, a lot of useful ideas as a philosophy, theosophy.
Explore the rich and dangerous history of America's pioneers. Mosey on over to the gift shop. It's just like olden times, except for the roller coaster.
Located right in the center of Jefferson's famous man-made lake. Tell them the Bunyan sent you. Pioneer Island, closed summers.
Wow. Yes.
The audio is really bad on these. What the
It's
fuck?
Tom Peters.
Hello, Tom. What can I do for you?
Oh, fair enough. Actually, before I get started, this is probably a stupid question, but is that Island Theme Park in Jefferton?
It was, Tom. Actually, it's quite a shame. Poor old Pioneer Island burned down 20 years ago.
Oh, I just thought I would...
I just wish we had some way of memorializing all the fun we used to have there.
Well, I'm pretty good at, brainstorming and everything. If you ever want to try that out.
Oh, great, you are. Why don't we give it a try?
Nietzsche, in a way, saw himself as his ideology as the savior of humanity.
Well, we could start with a parade.
He was like,
great. I see funnel cake. Good, Tom.
There's a
A
prophet,
rocket man in a parachute.
possibly.
Great, I like it. And he's holding a tiny flag descending on Main Street. Great, Tom. Keep going.
Okay. Well, how about for an hour, a block of Main Street can turn off power, like in the Pioneer days?
Bigger, Tom.
We could do the whole town.
Bigger.
Okay, well, like we could do pony rides.
Bigger, better, bolder, bigger, bigger.
And we can have like an old-fashioned shootout and make apple butter and candles from beeswax.
I want bigger.
And for the icing on the cake, we rebuild a replica of Pioneer Island on Pioneer Island.
A true Pioneer Island experience, Tom. I love it.
Yeah, Nietzsche was big into Buddhism.
to commemorate Pioneer
A lot of the Germans of the time seem to have been.
We're gonna have a parade.
Wow. I don't see any problem with that.
No, I don't see any problem with that either.
I'm gonna have to say.
And that's just the beginning of it. We're gonna turn all the
the
electricity
thing
off for 7
the
days,
problem I
and for
have
the
with
icing on the
philosophers
cake,
are people getting
we're
into
gonna create a replica to scale.
philosophy or
Pioneer Island
theosphere
theme park.
and authors that
I've got 1,000 phone calls to make.
it is often so much that you like interface it with
We'll be in
like
touch.
I'm reading Nietzsche and you have all these ideas under the Nietzschean tag.
Then we'll have an unveiling ceremony,
Which can be
to
useful, but
guarantee an authentic recreation.
You're meant to go
We're
deeper,
just gonna burn that baby
meant to
down.
read what they read and face
Dear
the
Joy,
trials or the
hope you and
meditations
boys are
that
having a
they're
nice time with your
going
ex-husband.
through.
Just wanted to drop a line and let you know about this amazing opportunity I just.
Of course, a
fell
great
into.
resource of
I just wish
information.
you were here to see what I'm creating.
I think with all kinds of like philosophers, people will get stuck on names, throwing around names, concepts, which are fun. I guess they're fun to talk about at times.
We offer wide savings on a massive
But it is for contemplation, for rumination, meditation.
If you find a lower price, we will crush them! We will match that price and give you the difference.
So it's good to get into Nietzsche and all the philosophers just to don't get hung up on
Slightly embossed. And
collecting names or collecting ideas. You gotta face God. Face the world.
This weekend, we celebrate Pioneer Island Day. Your official Pioneer Island Day brochure is available for pickup at
What's up,
any
Sicario?
Gulliver's
Welcome
Family
back.
Buffet.
Hope you're doing alright.
Just a few ground rules. Obviously, you'll be
Headed
handing
to your
in
own
car
ideology,
keys in
God, and
exchange for
life,
a
but
horse.
keep the sacred text.
All right.
So true.
I will now cut power from Jefferton's electrical grid. Here we go.
And I'm sure you've seen it with other people. How they kind of keep certain writers or thinkers like on them.
Wonderful. I look forward to seeing you all at the grand unveiling of the brand new Pioneer Island experience.
How will we cook and store food?
My child needs a human.
The thing with psychedelics is you never know if you're seeing God or
Listen
a
to me
demon
here,
pretending.
Okay? I'm here. Here's a schedule of events for this week.
That's why you gotta have Jesus.
It's only a rough draft. I'm still waiting for.
Jesus is no
copies.
demon, and anything in the presence of him will make itself known.
Please.
Get that link, Perry. Joe. I've been married a long time ago. Skydiving in slow motion. Christ is king. I struggle with other religions because I don't know that I can just say everyone else besides Christians is satanic and go into hell. Just because some of their esoteric knowledge is on point. Get back into jumping. Well, if you're not ready to look at it that way, maybe keep a distance from it, because if you are going to go into that realm, you gotta have good versus bad. And you are going for the most good. It's not just a knowledge acquisition. You're not trying to be diplomatic or get all the points correctly. It is us against evil. I do not go to church. No one in our immediate family really does. We got some extended family that still does, but we should be better about it. I think we all internalized the teachings because as a kid, I'd gotten some lessons, and as a kid, we did go. But after a while, we just kind of stopped with the lessons and the church because it was a lot of the same stuff over and over again. And like school, you're not supposed to. Well, it's nice for community, but you're not supposed to study all your life. You are supposed to internalize it at some point. It is good for a community type of thing. Well, yeah, that's what most people say. For most, that's what I mean with about forbidden knowledge, and so that people shouldn't know. As I talked about when we were reading that, and most people shouldn't really know about chaos magic or even Buddhism or even Wiccanism, because it'll just lead them off into a wayward path. It does require a lot of discernment. You do gotta have some fortitude of the mind. But I'm not a practicer. But putting that stuff in your path, you gotta be ready. It's not just fun. You gotta have some fortitude, discernment. Which all sounds esoteric, all of it does. Because it's supposed to be as wide applying as possible. Shh, no. And if it does get to a paradox, it could be an even more stronger truth. Going to the mind gym? Yeah, exactly. Doing deadlifts and lifting right now. Let's go. This one's for you, Anthel. I think our family mostly doesn't like to go to church because it's always full of crying children. Nobody knows any fucking etiquette that if you have a fucking crying kid, stay at home. Or if you have a snotty 5-year-old, whatever, leave them at home. It doesn't mess with, like, you're trying to pay attention to this stuff. Stuff you've heard millions of times. And you got a fucking kid crying over there or some fucking antsy kid, like, walking around, roaming. It's very distracting. He'll be wasted. I know grandma's a hardcore Catholic. I know Catholic's bad meme. Yeah. Well, something's better than nothing. Yeah, Catholics are a bit slimy, to be honest. I went to a church a week ago and the priest said to love your enemies. Well, that's what you get for listening to a priest, you retard. You gotta interface with the Bible itself instead of going to asking or looking for a man to tell you what to believe. And that's not even what a turn the other cheek means. My grandpa and grandma raised the kids Catholic and a lot of them became atheists. Not my uncle though. Or mom. Atheists piss me off. Yeah. Well, Western Christianity, people who practice it, do a pretty good job of pushing away their own family. But that's more of a personal genetic thing. Yeah, that's what the priest said, dude. We all know the priest class are like not... You don't look up to the priests. Don't you remember Schopenhauer? Especially not a modern priest. Now you make it. But yeah, the church obviously fallen for a long ass time. People who persecuted Jesus were the church of their time. Homer in chains. Yeah. Was the best form of Christianity. That's up to you to pull one together. Protestantism, I don't know. I think it's a pretty tenable thing to have it be vague. You could also just read the Bible. Like the King James Version is the best version. So maybe not looking at the denominations. Forget about the denominations. Like, just read the King James Version. Of course, it's a very esoteric text. I think in this case it would be useful to have that Jung and that Nietzsche in there. But yeah, the best version of Christianity is unspoken. Orthodox works pretty well for them, the Orthodox. They're cool too, but that's not my culture. I'm big on not taking up things that aren't your culture. Like Buddhism, if you're not Indian. Or what do the Chinese have? What do the Japanese have? Shingoism, Wiccanism, this and that. I say go with the one dominant belief that your bloodline dictates. Because if not, you're just kind of LARPing. That's something else. Hey, I'm not 100% native over here. I know because other Mexicans tell me. I'm a whole new race. And I believe in Jesus. Sex is silly, but... Apple sausage gravy dumplings? What the fuck?
Please, everybody stay cool. Remember, this is a festival.
No, I think a combination of Christianity and an unbelievably horrifying brutalism of the Aztecs might not be such a bad idea.
Well, better check in on Tom.
No, listen, I'm not sure what you do.
Alright, China has the Confucians. Yeah, that's true.
Will need to be fed.
They follow the Tao, Taoism.
Laid out in the brochure. If I had that done, crickets.
Is that my horse?
Yes. His name
Oh,
is Sandy.
Midas.
He's
Oh,
got a
Midas.
temper.
When you're ready to face that stuff, you'll be ready. But it seems right now you're too much of a contrarian. I think you're trying to be a bit too contrarian to what I'm saying.
Mr. Mayor,
listen, you.
But one day you'll be able to face the music by yourself. I can't convince you about anything.
Zinx is taking control of the Eastern Shopping District.
Listen, you guys signed off on it, and I quote.
I don't see a problem.
Also, you're not European. What does that have to do with you?
Tom's vision was to create an authentic recreation.
Remember what I
of
said
life
about
in pioneer
LARPing?
Times. Electricity wasn't invented until the 1930s, so the lights stay off until the celebrations are over. Come on, Tom. Let's blow this stink house. Wow, this is looking great.
yeah, look at it. I mean, I was able to get a copy of the original blueprints from the town archives. So.
Tom, it's truly glorious.
Well, thank you very much.
Look at old Double Bunny, just how I remembered her.
Did you happen to notice the bridge we came in on?
Mm-hmm.
You know, we had a great opportunity. We crafted out of some original tinder wood that we found on the site.
Ah, good old dry tinder.
Midas maybe had something to do with Neoplatonism?
What?
So,
or Egyptian mystery religion?
All I gotta do is hook up that fuse wire there.
Great, we're all
AKA not entirely
Sorry, what's the fuse wire for?
Arabic or Abrahamic, whatever you would call it, Levant.
Maya, you better hurry back. The whole place is going mad.
Zinx. Zinx. Zinx.
Zinx.
Zinx forever. Zinx rule. Zinx.
Hello, Zinc. I'm the mayor of Jefferton, and this is Tom.
Tom Peters.
Mayor, Zinx
Midas, it
is
seems you don't really know
Zinx
the
runs
history
Jeffertown.
of the spreading of the religion. That's alright.
Okay, great.
This is not a history podcast. I don't go live to preach. This is not my soapbox. We're just here hanging out. I mean, we'll do a discussion every now and then, but I'd rather just watch some funny stuff.
More outlets in house. No fear of brownout. I am Zinx. Zinx.
You know more history
Go ahead
than
and schedule an appointment with Renee for
you're
next
just
week.
way
We should go
smarter
over
than
some
me.
Details.
Zinx challenges you to duel. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. Whoa.
If next week is no good, we can do a phone call. But this sounds important. We could turn this into a working lunch.
Is that fucking
Zinx
Patton
must look
Oswalt?
at Zinx's calendar.
Okay, great. Why don't we pencil in a cancellation on our prior rescheduled meeting?
Zinx has been beaten by scheduling. Zinx must go.
Go on. Get out of my
Joy, I haven't heard back, but I'm really excited for your return. Opening night.
Let me get some more
Can't wait
water
for you
here.
to see all my hard work next week. Miss you, Tom.
Good evening. On behalf of the Jefferton City Council, the town elders, former interim mayor Zinx. 20 years ago on this very day, Pioneer Island theme park mysteriously burnt to the ground. Tonight's amazing and authentic display could not have been possible without Jefferton's own top hat.
This is very exciting for my family.
I'm ready when you are, man. This is gonna be awesome.
Stand by on my 3 count. Okay, Jefferton, the moment you've been waiting for. The grand unveiling of a true, authentic replica of Pioneer Island.
1, 2, 3!
Look at all the wonderful lights. It's beautiful.
Bullseye!
Hi, I'm the mayor, and my door is always open for ya.
My name is Tom Peters, and I'm full of ideas.
Community spirit!
How are you?
Shopping! And now a special message from Channel 5's Married News Team.
Hi, I'm Married News Team anchor Jan Schuyler.
And I'm co-anchor Wayne Schuyler.
Won't you join us this Saturday for Jefferton's annual Toodle Day celebration?
Toodle Day, where the mayor marries all the town's dogs together. Jefferton is the only town that performs this joyous and legally binding ceremony. It's fun for kids of all ages, so get there early for free face painting and a magic show before the ceremony.
Well, this reporter's gotten word that the mayor has a special surprise in store.
All right. Now, exactly what is this special surprise you mentioned there?
Gentlemen, I'm so glad you asked. As you know,
Yahweh is
there's a
not connected
surprisingly high rate
to
of divorce among these dogs
Yirhua,
during
which is
past
a
Toodle Day
Jehovah.
ceremonies. My
Yodhava.
vision is to unite the right pup together from the get-go.
It's a Jewish lie that
This
Yahweh
way, get a
is
special dog to act as the
Jehovah.
matchmaker and head usher for Toodle Day.
You mean like a real live animal?
Of course. This pup will determine which lady dog is best suited for which man dog. He'll be able to distinguish various breeds, temperament, and comprehend complex seating charts.
Sounds like you need some kind of supernatural dog.
Not to mention you'd need a highly skilled, world-class dog trainer.
Yeah, from Mars.
Man, those guys are dicks.
I believe he's serious.
Okay, right over here. I'm gonna
And knock, knock, hello.
Hello, mayor's office. How can I help?
It's Tom Peters.
Hello, Tom.
Can I come in?
Come on in.
Oh, great.
Put my face right here. That's good.
I'm sorry. Did I catch you at a bad time, or?
No. Oh, this is looking great. This is gonna look real good.
All right. Well, as you may or may not know, my wife Joy's running for town webmaster this year.
Right.
And she selected me to be her campaign manager.
Yeah, that's wrong, Midas. Most people shouldn't be fucking with Buddhism or meditation, opening themselves up to demons.
Your endorsement.
Whoa.
Should a white woman be doing Buddhism?
You mean
Do you know
my
what kind
Jan
of
Hancock?
white girl is into Buddhism?
I don't have time for this. Plus, I'm pretty discriminating about
They
what I
have
say.
dreads,
I had no idea,
fucking
that's why I
piercings,
came in, so.
Well, and that's why I made a stamp.
fucking rain bead curtains
Oh, well,
in their
I'll
doorways.
just get out of your hair.
Great, Tom. Well, it was nice seeing you. Oh. Wait a minute, Tom. I have a proposition for you. What's your
Midas, I'm not even talking to you right
Well,
now.
minimal.
I just feel like I'm talking to stuff you
My
bred
uncle had a
somewhere.
Dutch Shepherd I was fond of. He had a temper with me, though.
Tom, I'm looking for a man that has the ability to train a special dog to become the matchmaker and head usher for this year's Toodle Day.
I suppose I could do a little research for you.
Tom,
Will you and your pup do it?
Tim looks so feminine right there. What the fuck? Why does he look so feminine right there?
Will you and your pup do it, Tom?
I'm so bricked. Oh no. Midas is smarter than me.
Oh, a customer. Hello.
It's
thank goodness you're open. It's Tom Peters. I'm in a little
what's
bit
his
of
name?
here.
Fuck, I always forget his
Need a
name.
dog?
Hey, Tom, dog. That's what we got. Look at this behind me. That's a lovely dog, isn't it?
Goodman?
Well, it has
No.
to be this special dog. Let me check my notes here. Well, first off, it has to be single.
You mean like one dog?
No, I'm sorry. Like it's not married.
Okay. Well, how about this one?
Oh, he's cute. But it says here I'm looking for one that would be able to pair up dogs based on breed and mutual attraction, and be able to comprehend a rather complex seating chart.
Okay.
Dog log.
Just looking at stuff about this lovely dog behind me. Yes. Let me check one more place here. Single. And yes. Oh, this is great. He can do all those things. Perfect.
Oh, well,
yeah.
This is great.
What do you think?
Are you sure you can handle all that?
Yes. Absolutely.
Okay, Stamps. Well, what I did was I made this little model for you to practice
Met a
with.
Buddhist
We
white
have
chick
the
off of
dogs here.
Facebook Marketplace,
You can
and
see
she
us here
was
so you
still
can
married
work
to
on
a white
seeing
guy.
them. And up front is where the
Well, it
mayor
doesn't
will
mean
actually
she wants
marry the
Jeet.
dogs. Well,
Jeet
let's
meat.
see what we can do.
Or a
Come on, boy.
chingy chong meat. Oh my god.
Ah, Bill Joel.
Which
Looks like
one
you
now?
sold me another lemon. This is going to be harder than I thought.
She sold some pretty cool important antiques,
Stamps,
albeit.
welcome
Nice.
to camp. You gotta pay attention, pup. Look up here, boy. Okay, it's all about finding the perfect partner. Good work. Let's do this. Let's do this. Now it's all about the scent.
Ugh.
Watch me.
What the fuck?
There's a world of information in here, Stamps.
Looking good, Tom.
Let the smell guide you to your decision.
Fucking CGI for the dog's butthole.
Who goes with who?
That's pretty funny.
Yes! You did it! All right, let's go celebrate.
Oh my. Oh my no.
Gross.
He's rubbing it all over himself.
Joy Peters says she'll update the Jefferton
That's Seth
website
Putnam
daily,
from Anal
and
Cunt.
she promises to have a flashy design. Aren't you tired of
Doing good
empty
mornings now?
promises
Nice.
from a proven liar? It's time to get real.
Paid for by the Friends of Paul Childs Jr.
Hey, Tom.
Ah!
Nice chariot.
Who's there?
It's just me and my chariot. Who's that little stinker?
That's Stamps.
Hello, Stamps. So you're the matchmaker I've been hearing so much about. Great to meet you. Come here, boy. Come on, Chip. Oh, let me rub that chin. So, you're all ready?
Yeah, I think so. You know, it took a lot of work, but I think Stamps is going to do just fine tomorrow.
True shit, Maxer.
I just wanted to go over the endorsement again.
Poo poo
Tom,
maxing.
can we just focus on the ceremonies for a change?
Toodle-day, oh toodle-day, thank you, Lord, for toodle-day. Easy come and easy go, grab your partner. All right, buddy, it's the big day. I know you can do it.
I think I'll sit down.
The mayor's here.
Hi, children. Hello, Stamps.
Stamps, watch out for the chariot! Oh, Stamps! The whole day.
Puppies?
Chips, doggies, settle down now. Citizens of Jefferton, welcome to Toodle Day. Please join me in a warm round of applause for the official Toodle Day matchmaker.
What am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? What am I gonna do?
Let the ceremonies begin.
What's that man doing?
Midas is coming to SnotCon.
Supposed to be a dog. That's just not right.
Okay, Dutch Shepherd, and you?
We all know you don't have a car, man.
Poodle, and Black Lab.
Midas riding in a car, fucking Flintstone style.
I'm not gonna lie to you.
Trying to get
It's
to
not
me.
always gonna be this easy. As you're gonna have to choose, you gotta learn to love and care for your partner. It's the most beautiful bond an animal can experience. Cherish it.
Snuff the snot.
Ow, ow, ow,
Oh my god. You will not snuff the snot. No way.
It looks like we're getting some hilarious breaking news. It seems like someone has taken Toodle Day too far.
Just in.
I'm so bricked up. Midas is smarter than me.
And Jen, as you know, Joy is in a tough race for this year's town webmaster.
That can't be very good coming so close to the election.
Let's take a look at the Insta poll. Well, we did it. No, I guess so. Now, Tom, you know I won't be endorsing your wife as town webmaster.
I can appreciate that.
But you know what? I'm proud of you. And I'm proud of us.
I don't know. I mean, I feel like I let you down and Joy.
Tom, but don't you see? You made so many
Oh no. Oh shit.
responsible for the union and the
I bet he's
joy
gonna come through any second now.
of the rest of their lives.
Oh no.
Gave them the greatest gift of all. Love.
That's funny because this wall is at the center of the house, so that would be kind of funny if you busted through that one. Gotta go through the entire house. I'm so scared, owie, mommy. Mommy, a car hit me. Bang, bang, bang. I think that's enough for right now. I think I wanna throw on some puppets who kill. Don't smell this needing smoking weed.
Cuddles the Comfort Doll was created to help people with their problems.
Did we see this one already? Hold on.
He's the problem.
Awesome.
Prison didn't help, and now in one last desperate stab at rehabilitation, they've been placed in a halfway house. A home for
Episode
puppets who kill.
Back to snap.
Cuddles the Comfort Doll was created to help people with their problems. Now he's the problem. Buttons the Bear lost a lucrative corporate sponsorship for reasons of moral turpitude.
Trump, ears are upset outside the house. Down. The toilets.
Been placed in a halfway house. A home for puppets who kill.
Who left the toilet seat up?
I did, Dan.
Everybody knows the rules. The toilet seat stays down.
Well, what's the big deal? We're all guys.
Well, the big deal is there are rules that specifically state.
Oh my God! You be sitting down.
Well, you know, sometimes I.
Wait till I tell everyone.
Hey, Dan, the city councilor's doing a photo op outside the house.
Holy shit!
Man your battle stations!
Criminals need to be rehabilitated with love, not hate. My wife has made this halfway house a personal crusade.
Yes, but what about the taxpayers who are upset about all the luxuries these criminals get while supposedly doing time?
It's a good question. Honey?
Well, these are broken souls. They have nothing left. Now, who are we to deny them their cigarettes, their cable TV, their
And you putting me on a cross? I mean, it's all very flattering and all, but...
Yeah,
Have we seen this one already?
This is...
It's a lot of puppet sex.
That little bear sickens me. The way he openly ogles you.
He ravaged me with his eyes.
Everybody knows the rule.
Not
Just has to hang a Bill. What's Bill up to?
Oh, I was just repairing the wing of a bird so that he might fly again.
Oh yeah, we saw this one already.
ये है गदल्स। इससे बनाया गया था लोगों की मुसीबतें दूर करने के लिए, लेकिन अब ये खुद मुसीबत बन।
Hindi? Oh, what the fuck? Oh yeah, apparently the show was broadcasted around the world in Hindi. What the? It's so weird. Well.
बन चुका है। ये है बटन्स, एक भालू जो अपने छिछोरेपन की वजह से हर जगह पर बदनाम है। ये है
Billy Murray, let's go. From a few days ago, I remember listening here. There it goes again. Remember when people watched cable? I used to watch cable. Cox cable. It's the only way to watch Cartoon Network and Adult Swim. Hello. I think Satellite got way more. I think Satellite you could get stuff around the world. Cable is just whatever they're providing. Sometimes movies of their own channels. Well, thank you, Perry. Great mid-late Billy Murray. Tenna versus Dish, I'm guessing. Melody. Well, maybe in the cable at the provider's station they use an antenna, but if you had cable, you just had a box, no antenna or anything. Antenna on the TV was for local stations. If the antenna was on the TV, that was local. Pretty good sound for no electricity. Exactly. Thank you, Mr. Perry. Puppet tutorial.
So, is that a good idea to be daring people to kill you?
Relax. The guy can.
Oh, right.
The headlines tonight: Portillo's teeth removed to boost pound, exploded cardinal preaches sermon from fish tank, and where now for man raised by puffins. Yes. On the day-to-day tonight, woman describes her parents' kidnap hell.
She told me that a very heavy officer sat on her back, others sat on her legs. She was then handcuffed and broad sellotape was taped around her ankles. So
My friend's dad buddy had one of those black boxes, had free everything. Nice.
The main benefit
I think we had one of those in my childhood home. My grandpa was able to nab it. And even though we didn't have like when you, let's say if you had DirecTV, like you changed the channel and had like an outline for every single channel that would show you at the bottom the program's name, when it would begin and end. Would have its own logo. With the black box, it would just be the channel, if I remember correctly. Our version. But even though it looked like local TV, we were able to get Cartoon Network and Sci-Fi. Disney Channel.
A patient called Mr. Major's government needed today was a shot in the arm. What it actually received was a bullet in the throat. I'm joined now by the Tory chairman for resignation issues, Mr. Austin Straker. Mr. Straker, a bad day for the government?
I guess.
Media always overblows these things, Colin. Mr. Wemby's acted entirely with honour.
Don't you love
Minister,
that
thank you.
melody?
Elwyn?
Colin? Chris?
Elwyn.
Chris?
Helwyn. Mr. Wenby's week of hell ended at 11:30 this morning when his resignation was accepted by the Prime Minister. He then walked out of his office for the last time and left Westminster by car to meet family and constituents at his house in Gloucestershire, where he hopes
they're coming
to spend
down on
more
it now?
time cultivating his hobbies. He is a keen cook and is also fond of collecting stamps. Sylvester Stewart has today's weather.
Starting in the southeast.
Oh my god, look at his
Devon and
teeth.
Cornwall should have some fairly heavy and prolonged showers, a bit like jagged metal piercing old flesh. Over the Midlands now, it'll be warm at first, but
A bit
turning
like my
foggy
teeth.
later, around 12. And there should be some cloud around in the shape of a whore. In Scotland, loud thunderstorms in the evening, but the sun should come through later, so it'll be a bit like being woken up in the night by strange men shining powerful torches in your eyes. In summary then, dispassionate. And that's all the weather.
Alan Partridge is at Marple for today's horse races. I wonder what he's doing at the moment. Alan?
Hi, Chris. I'm Alan Partridge. Horses. Love 'em or hate 'em, from Mr. Ed to Silver, that's the Lone Ranger's horse. They're all here mingling with officials. Don't do that, please. It's the 6:13 Queen Henry Stakes, which is generally regarded as the litmus test for Derby form. Jockey folklore says that if you cock up the Queen Henry, you might as well ride the Derby on a cow. It would be a complete waste of time. Let's have a look at the betting. The going today, of course, Moist to Tricky. The betting, Diabetic Charlie at 3-1 favourite, two-headed Sex Beast at 4-1, and at 20-1, Mrs. Boothroyd's Holiday Dancer. All the rest, 50-1 bar. That's all for now. Join us later for the race. Back to you, Chris, in the studio.
Alan, have you got a tip for us?
I'm gonna wrap up the stream here.
I did have a tip.
Gonna have some dinner. Give me a second and I'll say goodbye to everybody.
Horse box was hit by a Volvo on the M3. Terrible mess. Apparently he's dead. So, bad luck there. Back to you, Chris. Stop it.
That's an amazing coincidence, Alan, because last week, Calately's sisters, you were involved in a car crash in which you were the only survivor. Only because you landed in somebody's stomach.
And it was a rather cowy night for the pound. It stood at 3.79 against the German Bordello. That's up 0.5 against the Portuguese Starling and down 100 against the Bitch. Earlier, there was confusion in the markets when France and Spain swapped their currencies and trading remained succulent for the rest of the day. Thanks, Chris. Here at home, from tomorrow, the new Bank of England £5 note comes into circulation. The notes, which feature the head of Iggy Pop, can only be used once.
Thanks, Calately. Coming up, Bosnian old woman, controversy over new police shirts.
It's blatantly too small, I mean, that wouldn't fit my door.
Alrighty. Thank you, Midas, Hoganable, Perry, Scroat, Anthol, Chemo. Who is in here? Sicario. Did I say Perry? Yeah, Perry. I don't know if Chill's in here or not. Maybe? Thank you all for chilling. I don't know if I'll be back later or not. Depends how I feel. Or depends, oh yeah. Anthol wants to show Terrifier 2. I'm down. I'm down to watch that with y'all. But yeah, I'm down. Let's see, but yeah, after the movie, I might go live. Or not. Who knows? Yeah, peace out, dudes. Scroat going live right now. The slide came in, let's go. But yeah, peace out, bros. Have a good day. Peace. A good 4-hour stream.